This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hey, y'all. Hey, my lovely speculating family. I did find the polls button. Make sure y'all take part in that poll. I want to know if I have any haters watching. And thank you for hitting a thumbs up. Let me say hey to y'all. Hey, Hio, Mallory, good to see you. Donna, Edith, Hobby Farmer, Abelis, Sarah, good to see you. Indie Girl, Jenny Jen, Mallory again, good to see you. Hobby Farmer, Shaboogies, good to see you. Tony, good to see you. Cara, good to see you. Ava Slim, good to see you. Hobby Farmer again. Bad Girl, Rachel, I see y'all. Shauna, good to see you guys. I think that's everybody. Basil just came in too. Good to see you too, Basil. Hey, Jill, good to see you. Basil just got in his little spot he's going to lay down and sleep in. Hey, Joseph, good to see you. So, today's, first of all, I don't know if y'all follow the whole Upchurch Adam Calhoun drama stuff, but, like, at first, Adam dropped a diss song against Ryan Upchurch, and I was like, okay, this song sucks. But then he came out with, like, 2 or 3 more since then, and they're actually pretty good. I don't know if y'all follow any of that. I'm waiting to see. I know Upchurch put out one that was pretty good. It was all right. I'm waiting to see if he comes out with another one. There's been several other people that are jumping in on that situation as well. Hey, Veronica. Good to see you. Okay, so today I want to talk to y'all about, I'm going to play the part in this interview where the police basically say that Jen is not involved. We're going to get the actual words that they say. And then I'm going to go back through the interview where they go in kind of hard at Jen. And if we have a chance, we will we will look at the immunity interview. And I'm just like, how did we go from going hard at her and her admitting to things she shouldn't know, to Stefan worked independently. I want to know your thoughts on it. I know some people have said they are probably saying that because they don't want, like, because it's an open investigation and they don't want to basically say that they're looking at her. But I would think that their response would be, it's an open investigation and we can't talk about an open investigation, instead of, she's not involved. Stefan worked independently. So I took it back to 925. We're going to hear this real quick and then we'll jump into the one where they go
without getting too much in.
Kind of hard at her. And yeah, you'll have to give me your thoughts. Hey, Edith. Edith said, I love Adam Calhoun's music. He put out a couple good ones. I was like, all right, now that first one, I think it's called Tweaker. That's not what I was looking for, but the ones since then, they've been a lot better. He just put out one a few minutes ago. I listened to the song this morning. It's a short song. I think it's called Pray for Him. And then he just dropped the video. I was watching it while we were playing music for the live, and it shows his kids and stuff. He's got a cute little boy, little baby boy with full damn hair is red as a strawberry. Hey, Mummy Moo Moo. Good to see you. I'll tell you a secret, Mummy Moo Moo. I am in my moo moo right now. Although I'm not overweight, so it's kind of cute. My husband says it's cute anyway. Maybe he's just trying to be nice. Hey, Janet. All right. So with that, we'll get started.
There were packages arriving on a constant basis. When I asked him about, where the money was coming from, he said savings. Well, I can tell you that other than the inheritance he got from his father, which he blew through rather quickly, there was never been.
Okay. I have a question about that. The inheritance he got from his father. Does he have a different father? I think I've asked that question before and it's been answered, but that was weird to me, other than the inheritance he got from his father, which he blew through rather quickly. I dropped the StreamYard link if anybody wants to come up.
Any savings. He never saved 2 nickels. So
Hey,
money
Miss O.
had to be coming somewhere. But his comment about I didn't start it got us wondering that maybe he was caught up in a criminal enterprise with Jen, and Jennifer was. And I don't know if you can collaborate that or not, but I just thought I'd share that.
Yeah, I mean, without getting too much into my investigation in the narrative, it did not appear to be that way, that they were working together.
Okay.
Because I will tell you this, we have spent months, thousands of hours, literally going line by line through his phone and her phone, and there is nothing to suggest that theory, that they were working together.
Okay, so there's nothing to suggest the theory that they were working together. There was nothing to suggest that Jen knew anything about it, and Stefan was working independently. Okay, but she made the Woody Allen comment. We're going to look at some other things that I have questions about. So I want us to keep that in mind. I'm going to play that part one more time, just so we get it kind of etched in stone in our minds, and y'all help me understand how we go from what I'm going to play in just a second to this in July. Veronica, hey, Basil is laying in the sun. He just come in here. He knows when I go live, and he'll come in here and stay with me the whole time. Hey, OK Boomer. OK Boomer said, these must be the same investigators as they had in the Watts case. Nothing to see here. Yeah, no. Veronica said, well, talking about the CSAM networking thing, right? Not meaning the rest of the case. Yeah, that's what they're saying. But okay, if she didn't know about the CSAM, then it would lead me to believe that they don't think she was involved with the homicide either. Because like, okay, the one place that I got with it was like, she definitely knew about the CSAM. Now, whether she knew about the homicide or not, I don't know. Like, but take into account, she did the Woody Allen comment saying the sex stuff's not evil, but what he did to her as in the homicide was evil. So that's why I was like, she definitely knew about the CSAM. I can't say definitively that she knew about the homicide, but then they're here saying that she didn't even know about the CSAM. So that would mean I would speculate that means she has nothing to do with anything at all, because it's more, you could prove more that she knew about the CSAM than you could prove that she knew about the homicide, in my opinion. Bad Girl said Jen knew there was inappropriate relationships between Stephen and Maddie, to say the least. Right, but they're saying that, you know, and I'm going to play it again. Free Gaza, free Palestine. Good to see you. Veronica said, I'm not sure she knew about the CSAM, but the rest she knew. Ooh. So you don't think she knew about the CSAM? See, I've always thought she knew about the CSAM, but maybe not the rest. Thank you for sharing that, Veronica. Mommy Moo Moo says, I think she was abusing Maddie, but she shrugged it off. It was just normal to them. I think at one point it became normal to them. Absolutely. Unfortunately, I don't know whether she was abusing Maddie, but I think she knew about it. All right, we're going to listen to this one more time, and y'all help me figure out how we get from what we're going to watch to this point right here in July.
Quickly. There was never been any savings. He never saved 2 nickels. So some money had to be coming somewhere. But his comment about, I didn't start it, got us wondering that maybe he was caught up in a criminal enterprise with Jen, and Jennifer was. And I don't know if you can collaborate that or not, but I just thought I'd share that.
I mean, without getting too much into my investigation in the narrative, it did not appear to be that way, that they were working together.
Okay.
Because I will tell you this, we have spent months, thousands of hours, literally going line by line through his phone and her phone, and there is nothing to suggest that theory, that they were working together.
Could they be working independent?
Well, Stefan was working independent.
He was.
I can tell you that, yes.
Okay. So
Okay, so basically they've spent thousands of hours going line by line. Stefan's working independently. Okay. Now let's go back and look at this stuff. Hey, Rachel, I saw a couple more people came in. Andrea, good to see you. Who else? Pamela Moss, good to see you. Jill said, I don't think they can share info about the investigation. Right. And if that, and I don't think they can either, but why would they say she's not involved and that he worked independently, or basically that they've been through line by line thousands of hours and they can say that he was working independently? Like, why would they say that instead of saying, you know, it's an open investigation and we can't really discuss the case? You know what I mean? Like, that's where I'm at with that. Like, because I've heard that too, but it seems to me like they wouldn't have even given out that bit of information if it was, you know, that it's an open investigation and we're not going to talk about it. You know what I mean? Hey, Anders, good to see you. Hey, Malibu Surf, good to see you. Anders said she was repeating Stefan's scripted alibi, so she knew something about the murder. Yeah. See, I was like, you know, I couldn't exactly place if she knew about the homicide, but definitely about the CSAM, especially when you look at these interviews we're going to go through. Like, I'm like, there's no way you didn't know. I think I got this one to about where we need to be. Oh, I did. Okay. I tried to make a new, it's a very short members clip, but I did try it. And so the next time we have any members or whatever, we'll try it and I'll see if I get in trouble for using it, whatever day we use it. And I'll let you know if we can continue to use it. There's also 2 new emojis. There's a candle for the missing and a guardian angel for the children. And I switched the badges around. When you're a member for 3 months, you get a family badge. And then at 6 months, you get your speculating spectacle glass, like the little magnifying glass. It's really cute. Veronica said, I hate the potato, but it seems far-fetched. She could be involved in the CSAM, in my opinion. Yeah. Mummy said, I think they really don't have any proof Jim was involved in the CSAM or the murder. See, that's what I'm like. How after, let's watch this. Let's go over this. Like, how are you saying that after what we're about to watch? Maybe Ellie wants to give Jen a false sense of security on being arrested for knowing or being involved, right? That's a possibility. I've also heard people say that they might be trying to just keep her calm and cooperative until after Stefan's trial. Bad girl, thank you for dropping the candle for the missing. There should be an angel in there too, somewhere. Hey, Thomas. Yay, the badges, says Jenny Jen. Okay. let us get into this. Let me make sure. Oh, I wanted to take it back to an hour and 6 minutes. Let's get right here. Okay.
So the living situation with them, I'll be honest, seems weird. It's weird to me. She's got a bedroom downstairs. What's kind of
There it is.
the
Thank you, Janet.
mindset or the thought process, the communication you've had with Stefan about, she's not going to sleep in her bed, but you guys are going to sleep in the guest bedroom?
So,
Real quick, Veronica said, okay, I think the homicide, not sure she participated, that she knew what happened, of course, and she was involved in the cover-up 100%. You think so? I do too. Like, Rachel said, it's also possible that she knew something was happening, but just didn't want to see it and didn't want to take responsibility. That is a possibility. Hey, Patty Ward. Thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Hey, Chrissy knows it all. Mummy said, I think the cops were just truly shocked that she didn't know. I bet when they realized they had no evidence or proof, they really were shocked because it seems like it can't be true. Yeah, we're gonna, like, I'm watching how these officers react to her in this, and I'm like, I don't see how we got from this to we've been through thousands of hours and he worked independently.
So originally the plan was that all three of us were going to sleep in my bed together.
And I'm not just saying Sunday, I mean like.
It's redacted.
Oh, okay.
In the past, too.
So I had a rule. She wasn't allowed to sleep in his bedroom at all. Like, no sleepovers, no nothing. For a very long time. For years.
Okay, why does that have to be a rule? Why are they asking to have sleepovers in his bedroom? First of all, you said for years, but y'all were sleeping together in the same bed up until you broke up in what? Possibly June? September, October, or something like that, right? You're all three together sleeping in the same bed until that point because you two are in a relationship, right? But you've also got a rule that she can't sleep with him for years. Like that statement doesn't even make sense. You were sleeping with him for years in the same bed. Why are they wanting to go away from you and have sleepovers? Because you had to make this rule, no sleepovers for years, right? Like, what? Hey, Cara. Cara says, the officers, in my opinion, are doing everything in their power to say bullshit, right? Veronica said, and that she knew or was somewhat suspicious of Maddie and Stephen Stearns. Something was going on between them. I agree, just because of the Woody Allen situation comment. She knew something, not sure how much. Yep. And then Janet said, no or not, don't send her to bed with your male friend. Right. Exactly. Vicky?
Since we're pausing,
Yeah.
what brought that on? Was that like a request of his, like, can we sleep in the same bed, request of hers, or you just saying?
Me being super paranoid, not to trust anyone. For the longest life, even though he treated her well, I still looked at him on, like side eye, like making sure, like, is that normal? Is this okay? That looks normal. Okay.
So that tells me you had suspicions. Like, if you had to ask yourself, is that normal? Does this look okay? Okay, I guess that's normal. Number one, you suspected something. I mean, again, take into account the Woody Allen situation. But again, what is this rule? Why are you making a rule that they can't sleep together when supposedly you're all three sleeping together in the bed? Because at this point, y'all are together. It's not until June, and that wasn't years. That was close to a year that y'all had been broke up. And he left in December. Came back. No, he said he came back for Thanksgiving, Christmas, and then in February. Those were the only times he came back after he left in November. So what is that? June, July, August, September, October, November. 5 months is not anywhere close to a year. So you have this rule they can't sleep in the bed together for years while you're simultaneously sleeping in the bed together for years with each other. And then for 5 months, it was actually the time period that they could have been requesting sleepovers in his room because he was in a different room. And you're not okay with it. I can't. It doesn't even make sense. The statement does not even make sense. Veronica says she plays stupid. And this has made her get away with most things in life. Yep. except now it's a homicide investigation and it doesn't work anymore. She still thinks she's free, though. How dumb can she be? Not so much. Right. I think she plays stupid, but she's really not. I think she's actually a lot smarter than we give her credit for. Y'all got a lot of good comments. I'm going to play this and highlight them for you guys.
I wanted to make sure that nothing was happening and that I was missing something, but he never requested. I'm
Yep.
sorry. Repeat the question then.
So I guess what you said, like you had a rule. Like obviously we know now they've slept in the same bedroom together and everything else.
Yep.
I'm sure you're questioning a lot of things that like you haven't been told or that are going on. The thought process of them sleeping in the same bedroom caused you to say that you had a rule for the longest time where they couldn't.
Yeah.
I have a son. He's a lot younger than her. He's 4. But I guess if I was dating somebody or had somebody over, I would never establish, and this is just me, a rule. He can't sleep in the bed with her, or she's not going to be. It wouldn't even be a thought process for me. So that's why I ask, because I wouldn't think of it even as an option.
Yeah.
So when you say you had a rule, I guess I'm asking what prompted the rule.
Yeah, good question. Hey, Cozy, official. It's good to see you. I don't know why. Sometimes YouTube's weird. Like it'll yeet people's comments before I see them. Some people I can't see. I don't think so. If it don't let you hit the thumbs up, honey, it's okay. It's not that big of a deal to me. I just was trying to do kind of a funny little poll. So if it don't let you, don't worry about it. Maybe it will some other time. Hey, Beach Bum, good to see you. Okay, I'll drop the link again if anybody wants to come up.
Sleepovers before.
Right?
Yeah. Like, you want to watch movies and eat snacks? Can we do that? I'm like, no. We can all watch movies down here together. We can all sleep down here together. Up until June.
Let's grab this context again. Hold on.
Never requested. I'm sorry. Repeat the question then.
So I guess what you said, like you had a rule. Like obviously we know now they've slept in the same bedroom together and everything else. I'm sure you're questioning a lot of things that like you haven't been told or that are going on. The thought process of them sleeping in the same bedroom caused you to say that you had a rule for the longest time where they couldn't.
Yeah.
I have a son. He's a lot younger than her. He's 4. But I guess if I was dating somebody or had somebody over, I would never establish, and this is just me, a rule. He can't sleep in the bed with her, or she's not going to be. It wouldn't even be a thought process for me. So that's why I ask, because I wouldn't think of it even as an option.
Yeah.
So when you say you had a rule, I guess I'm asking what prompted the rule.
Sleepovers before. Yeah. Like, you want to watch movies and eat snacks? Can we do that? I'm like, no. We can all watch movies down here together. We can all sleep down here together.
Okay, they're asking to have sleepovers and eat snacks together, and she's like, no. We can all do that down here. We can all sleep, watch TV and stuff down here, in the living room. But you just stated that had been your rule for years. But again, I don't understand how that's your rule for years when you're all sleeping in the bed together. Like, there was no going upstairs. Everybody's room was downstairs when y'all were together. It was only upstairs for 5 months, from June to November. And then when he would come occasionally. Jill said the dates that are known and released about the abuse is mostly in summer. I don't know if America has a holiday in June. No, we do in July, but the kids are out of school in June. Hey, Stephanie said, I find that Jen is very calculated with her answers and choosing her words very carefully, and then blames it on her medication. Yep, she sure does. Absolutely. Official, I don't know if that's how I'm saying, if that's how I'm supposed to say your name. Let me know if it's not. They said the fact that she had the audacity to tell those detectives that they could have doctored the photos because she's seen on TV that they are allowed to lie, that she believes the essay, but for him to do the homicide, she doesn't believe it. I agree. It's insane. And then lastly, real quick, Hobby Farmer said, when I saw Stephen say to his dad that he didn't start it, to me, he is insinuating that it was Maddie that made advances first. I know that's disgusting, but it's what I hear when I listen to that. Yeah, there's a lot of victim blaming that happens in cases like this. I don't think that's what he means. I don't think he would blame Maddie because in his head he had a sick, twisted love for her. I think he means somebody else, as in another adult, started it. But that's just me. A lot of people feel like you do, and I understand and respect your opinion. Michelle, I hope you're safe, and I'll see you soon. Hey, KJ said June is when Madeline Soto caught on that they were no longer a couple. Right. So, okay. Okay. So then they had been broken up for about a year, she said, or about 6 months. So that still wouldn't equal to years, right? Like she said she had a rule for years that there was going to be no sleepovers and stuff. And then again, like until that point, I would think that they were sleeping in the bed together, like at least her and Stefan or all three of them, to make it seem like they were together. And then in June, Madeline catches on that they're not together and they start sleeping separately, right? Yeah, liar, liar, pants on fire. Hey, Teresa. I think the same, another adult started it in his twisted opinions. Yep. I was just crocheting, Janet, earlier. Sadly, it's all about what the DA thinks he can prove in court to a jury. Absolutely right, Rachel. Absolutely right.
Up until June, together all the time. So we were always, she would sleep in the middle, I would sleep on this side, he would sleep on the other side. It wasn't until June that he got his own bedroom and I sent him upstairs. That's where the requests for sleepover started. And I kept telling her no. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay, but the requests for sleepovers start in June, which is not a year. Okay. And up until then, for years, you had a rule that there was no sleepovers and no going upstairs and sleeping alone in the bed together. It just that doesn't make sense factually, even going by what you say, if what you say is the truth. Mummy said, I think they've slept in the same bed, all three of them, since day one. Official said, oh, I'm sorry, honey. I'm so sorry that you went through that. Veronica said, this is the only time I wish I could hear Stephen say what that potato didn't know before, during, and after the fact. He is the only one who can tell the truth. Yeah, and I hope he does. Oh my goodness, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Everything Jen does is for Jen. Maddie wasn't her priority. Putting Maddie in the middle is criminal and negligent. It sickens me if Maddie believed that would be her hero and savior from the evil mother, in my opinion. My neighbor's daughter ran off with her stepdad. Oh my goodness, y'all. I'm so sorry. In June, Jen Soto sent the text, Maddie is no longer sleeping with me. I can't risk it. Yeah, that's interesting. That text, I want to know more about it. And then lastly, Sarah said, trying to dance around the obvious questions on why the F did you need to set that boundary? In my home, it's just an expectation that my boyfriend doesn't have some weird, twisted, sick relationship with my daughter. Right. Great point, Sarah. Great point.
But eventually at some point, like we really want to watch, I forgot what movie it was. They really wanted to watch something and I was really tired. And I said, okay, fine. Go ahead, but this can't happen often.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
And yeah, I allowed her to go upstairs and sleep with him. But honestly, I think I can count on one hand how many times that's happened, and it hasn't been many times that I've allowed her to have a supper party with him, to be alone in a bed.
Bullshit.
I'm usually around all the time. Up until 2 weeks ago, I was pretty much at home all the time living on disability. If I wasn't at home, just, you know, I was substitute teaching, but I was substitute teaching primarily at her school or at the school close by, but I'd make sure I get out around the same time and I'd get out in time to pick her up and take her. So she was with me pretty much all the time when she wasn't at school.
Hey, Fridley Steak.
So yeah, after.
When he's not there, where does she sleep?
With me.
She never sleeps in her room?
No, always with me.
Quickly, do you know, and you may hate the question, but do you have any idea? We currently have upwards of probably 200 people working on finding. Right, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is involved, the Kissimmee Police.
Pamela said, it creeps me out how Jen Soto starts rubbing her body when detectives say Steppenstern was sleeping with Maddie and Jen Soto at the same time. Yeah, she's rubbing herself in disgust because she's disgusted by that fact. And it's like, I don't mean to like stutter, but it's like how the fuck do you think Maddie felt, ma'am? Officials said the fact that she coached Steppenstern in order to get more stimulants and sedatives prescribed. They all took ADHD medicine and SSRI, but Stephen had to stop the stimulants because of erectile dysfunction. I don't think that was the reason for his erectile dysfunction, to be honest with you. Another YouTuber thinks it started happening with Maddie when Maddie was 6 or 7. He targeted Jen Soto because of Maddie. He's a minor sex. Yeah, I've heard about him. And I think that Stephen Stearns got with Jen because of Maddie, for Maddie. Absolutely. And I do think it started happening at the age of 6 or 7 as well. Jill said, I think if they can prove that Jen was home during the abuse, she will hang. I want to try to figure out where her phones are. Somebody was emailing me about the maps that I have, and I'm going to be looking at those after today's live to see if we can try to pinpoint where Jen was at certain times. I would love to know where her phone was in the house, like, because they've got timestamps in correlation to the videos and pictures they have of Madeline being abused. And I want to know where Jen's phone was in the house during that time period. And I'm hoping we'll get that at court. Unfortunately, we have to wait till then. Hey, Shelby. He didn't find Jen Soto attractive. It was never about Jen. It was always about Maddie.
Police departments involved. St. Cloud Police Department, Osceola County Sheriff's Office, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FBI. Yes, under suspicious circumstances. So anybody who is somebody is involved.
Yeah.
So regardless of the circumstances, those people don't get to go home. Those people don't get to go back to their families. Those people don't get to live their lives and go back to their primary jobs. I know the sheriff has probably expressed to you that's his number one priority. I'm sure the Kissimmee Police Department's expressed that to you, our detectives. This isn't something that's going to stop or go away.
Yeah.
Right? Anybody who knows something, anybody who may know something, will be brought into a room, will be talked to, whether they're guilty, whether they're innocent. Because our number one priority, our jobs have kind of stopped on any other things we have going on until that's fine, because that's the most important thing anybody has going on right now. But with that, a lot of people are going to feel that whatever happened.
They're going to try to get her to help with the location of the body, which we've heard. Mommy said, did she not do Maddie's clothes? Washing and notice bloodstain on the underwear. Did Maddie never go to her mom and say she was sore or hurting in places that she shouldn't be hurting? To that, I would say, you know, as a parent washing clothes, if I were to see, let me say, I don't know how to say, like, okay, I know for 100% fact, without a shadow of doubt, my children are homeschooled. They're here with me constantly. I know that they're not being abused, right? So if I were to see blood in their underwear, I would think that, you know, they accidentally started their period and hadn't realized they started, not trying to be graphic. But that's what I would think. Now, as far as telling her mom she was hurting in places that she shouldn't be hurting, I would hope a child would, but it would depend on how they were groomed, because unfortunately it happens a lot where these people think that they'll tell the child, you know, if you tell anybody, I'm going to kill your dog or kill your mom or kill your dad or whatever, and to keep them from not telling. Now, again, I believe with every fiber of my being that Jen Soto knew about the CSAM, but the cops are saying that she didn't. So if she really didn't, then maybe Maddie never said anything because she was scared to, or because she thought she was in an actual relationship with this man because she's a child and being groomed and abused. I described it I describe it as someone's taking their hand and just sticking it in your brain and just like moving their fingers around, just fucking everything up in your head, because that's what they do when they abuse you. They just scramble your brain and make you think and see things in a way that it's not abusive, even though it is. You know what I mean? So if that was going on, if Stefan was doing that to her and Maddie did never say anything, then it's possible, but I think she knew. Real quick, I got 3 comments. Chrissy said, let's all remember when Jen Soto first looked at the pic, she didn't want to press charges, asked if she could go back and press charges later. Yep. Jen's going to say whatever she has to keep from going to jail. I think her family knew that she was allowing abuse and didn't want to see it. I don't know if her family knew, but I think she's going to say what she has to keep her butt out of jail. Yeah. I'm sorry, bad girl. Yeah. Indie Girl said, yeah, I had a friend who just didn't think to tell her dad, didn't want to bother him. It's crazy to me, but not to parents who aren't involved. Right. And like, you know, taking into account Jen talking about other people's feelings at the store when people would come up to her and say, oh my God, I'm so sorry that this happened to you. And she couldn't handle like the weight of their emotions. I wonder how many times Maddie heard things like that. Also, when she saw the pic of SA with Maddie, her saying, I don't see anything, not his member. Can I see more pics? She knew something for sure. So why are they saying that Stefan worked independently after going through thousands of hours of her phone and things, you know?
I can tell you, and I know the Pete detectives expressed to you that the thought process at this point is this is a homicide investigation.
Yeah.
Based on the evidence I've seen, based on the videos I've seen, I do believe. With that being said, and the reason I tell you that, not to be an asshole, is because the thought process with us leads it in a different investigation, a different way. Meaning, whatever has already happened, right? We cannot change what happened most likely on Monday. We cannot change the fact that I believe Stefan killed her, right? All we can do now is find her as quickly as possible. On the 2% chance we're wrong and that she is alive, that's phenomenal, right? That's the best thing that could happen. On the chance that we are 100% correct and she has passed away, finding her now versus later will bring closure to your family, will bring closer to everybody, regardless of how it happened or why it happened. Meaning, if you have an inclination, if you know where she's at, if his father knows, that doesn't mean those people get held accountable for what he did. It doesn't mean those people get held accountable for knowing what he did. It means we close out the investigation. You know what I mean? So a lot of times we go into rooms like this.
She doesn't have any emotion except fake emotion. Jill said that was 7 months ago. They had Stefan and maybe they were relaxed or other cases at that time. So you're talking about when they say she's not involved, that was in July. But I haven't heard, because the immunity thing takes place in April and that interview takes place in July. I haven't heard anything else. I know she's supposedly on the witness list, which I'm working on obtaining. But I haven't heard anything else. Like, that's the last update I have heard, is that they're saying in July that she wasn't involved. I'd be hysterical too, Tony. Hey, Ama. Ama said the way she sits there and doesn't look worried or concerned, more like she's been caught and doesn't want to be more suspected of her behavior. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Questions. We say, hey, do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? And there's this fear of what happened already happened. I can't change that. So I'm not going to insert myself with knowledge because it's going to make me look bad. Regardless, at this point, I murdered her, right? He victimized her. He ruined her entire life from childhood until now. I think that there's probably some sense of guilt. And my fear is that sense of guilt is causing you to not want to assist in the location of her, not because you're a bad person, but because there's that sense of guilt that what was happening under your roof. And now, by her being found, brings that all to your plate, and it doesn't.
Oh no. If I knew anything, I would so tell you. I want to even if she's dead because you guys tell me your suspicions, but I'm not going to believe it until I have her body.
So there are things, and the reason I say these things, and again, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but the reason I say these things is there's been a lot of things you've said and a lot of things I've kind of researched between the Fox 35 story, between.
Okay, they're about to lay into her. It's weird to me, like here, she's saying, I'm not going to believe it until I see her body. So just like with the CSAM stuff, I'm not going to believe it until you show me the actual picture. Why are, like, I know police can be guilty of corruption, but why is that automatically your go-to? Like, if my child was missing and you tell me you knew about CSAM and that this mother trucker murdered my child, I'm gonna believe you. Like, I'm gonna believe you, and my reaction is gonna be, okay, I need to off him before he goes to jail, because this is my only chance to off this motherfucker for what he has done to my children, my bonus children, the bully up the street, the boy down the road, the girl on the bus. I don't give a shit. This is my opportunity to get some payback and try to hurt him as bad as he's hurt these children. Like, that's my reaction. Why do you need to see these things, especially considering it's your child? Hey, Cozy, good to see you.
Hi.
Hope you're doing good today.
Oh, yeah. I just had dinner. I ate a Subway sub.
Awesome.
And I was like eating real fast because I wanted to hop on for a minute.
That sounds good.
I see there's a lot of new people in the chat. This is so cool.
Yeah.
Hey to everybody who's been here. Hey to all the new people. I'm just someone that butts in all the time and gets all fired up and starts. Yeah. You know, like her reaction. I'm just like jumping right in. You know, the Susan Smith, the one that tied her two boys in the car and then drove the car off a ramp. Do you remember, or have you seen the video where she's given this interview and it's her and her husband and they're like sitting on their couch and she's going on, oh, my baby boys, oh, I love my baby boys. And, you know.
Yeah.
I love her accent, but I mean, she's insane. And then her poor husband, David, his name is, he's sitting there, like, I think he had like his hands on his lap, and that is shock. What he is showing is a real reaction, and it's shock. He's sitting there with this look on his face, like you can tell that he was, because that was a time when I think he was catching on that his wife had done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Batgirl, the one that she's like, oh, my baby boys, they're in heaven now. And then like, what is, you know? And he, like, you could see that because people say like, oh, but people react in different ways. People grieve in different ways. I mean, like, I agree to an extent.
Right.
If something happens to someone that you love, you can be in shock first until it like sinks in, or you're going to be hysterical. And you're going to be angry because how dare you touch a hair on the head of my child? Right. You know what I mean? And if you're in shock, like that poor man, like he was sitting there in shock while she was talking to the TV crew, and you like Google it, look it up on YouTube. Y'all can see what I mean by like a real reaction of shock. But
yeah, we covered that case when she was on parole, going up for parole.
Yeah, you know. But like Jen, she's like when the cop calls her out, he's like, "You're not even showing a proper emotion." She's like, "No, it's because I was in shock." And he's like, "You're not in shock," because she wasn't. You can tell, you know, like humans, like even if we are really aware of something or we don't have words to express something, we can tell. We look at another human being and we can tell, we can feel it,
Yep.
And this whole time that she's defending Stinky, she never shows anger for what, not even when she says like, oh, well, the sex stuff was okay, but I didn't want to believe he did anything evil. And then when the cop finally says he hurt her, like she's deceased, she's not alive. She should have been angry at least. She should have been angry.
Yeah.
She's not angry. She's texting him like, get a lawyer now. And then she still did, and that other video where she goes, do I have to press charges now or can I like think about it, do it later? What do you mean you have to think about it?
Yeah, I'm like,
I would say to the cop, just let me in there right now. I don't even need a weapon. I'll just use my hands. I'll rip them to pieces with my bare hands.
Right. And I
right now, you know what I mean?
Regardless of whether the child was mine or not, like the boy, like I just said, children up the road, like you tell me it's my own flesh and blood, it's going to be even worse. And you're asking, can I press charges later? Are you freaking shitting me?
She's like, do I have to do something? Like, can I think about it and maybe press charges later? So everything she says is telling us that she never cared. Yeah, somebody mentioned, I don't remember if it was here or if it was in a comment or another video, where Maddie was just an accessory for her.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Because she wasn't her daughter. She didn't care about her.
Nope.
And, I was doing the dishes this morning, and I was thinking about this. And I was like, I walk around my house talking to myself, like yelling because I'm like angry because all I can think about is this case. She's not disabled. I don't think we believe that she's actually literally disabled. Some people, they have bipolar disorder or another kind of like a mental, emotional problem. They can have it to such a degree that it really is impossible or almost impossible for them to keep a job.
Right.
Because if you can't make it to work on time because your pills really do make you sleepy and you're at work and you can't focus and you're making mistakes left and right because your brain isn't working because of the meds or just because your brain is deregulated, and then you blow up on someone and then like your boss is going to fire you. So I know that a lot of people do have this problem, and maybe to an extent she does. Let's give her grace, right? That I can't stand this woman, but I'm like, let's just be like the devil's advocate and let's just try to think sort of in a balanced way. Like, let's say that she does have bipolar disorder that is so bad that she really has a really hard time keeping a job.
Right.
I don't think so. I think she's just lazy because all she talks about is sleep. Like, I don't believe it, but maybe it's possible. I don't believe that Maddie was autistic. Okay, I'm not a doctor. I'm not diagnosing her. Yeah, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a therapist. I didn't know them personally. I don't know them personally. I am speculating just from all the stuff that we see. Because a lot of symptoms, I think Maddie may have had ADHD because I have ADHD and there's a lot of overlap between autism and ADHD. Some symptoms are the same. So, and she said that Maddie was diagnosed with ADHD and autism. I think that maybe she did this. Maybe in a way to like, see, I have to stay home because I am disabled and my child is disabled. So I have to stay home and take care of my disabled child, because every time she talks about Maddie, she never says anything positive. And you know what I mean? Oh, I have to see her take her meds or she's going to take the wrong pill. Girl, she's 12, 13 years old. Like, lady, she can take the right pill. I say this every time. Put a sticky on the bottle, morning, evening. She's not an idiot. She's a smart girl. She was having trauma symptoms and maybe ADHD. That makes sense because her friend says she's kind of crazy. She's kind of impulsive. Like, that sounds like ADHD. She's distracted, forgetful, right? So I think ADHD might be real. But she keeps trying to not infantilize, but make Maddie seem like she's like this helpless, disabled child.
Right.
That she has to stay at home and take care of. This is what no, I know, Teresa, I'm not saying this disability doesn't exist. But we're just saying, like, based on, like, we're talking about Jen. Like, I don't want you to think that I'm saying that people don't have real problems, because they do. They really, really do.
Yeah. I know.
And we're speculating, we're just, we're on, I'm not like saying people are not disabled or whatever. We're just speculating if this woman right here isn't disabled because she's just lazy and doesn't want to work, and she can't even take care of her child because she doesn't want to.
Yeah, that would be like more of a personal choice. I don't know what her diagnoses are and all of that, but I think that she was lazy. I think she could have, I mean, she's held jobs, she just didn't hold them very long. And I think mainly the whole point of all of that would be the fact that she's at home a lot and she didn't see any of this going on. And like, you're there all the time, like, and you don't have time for your daughter. Like, that's an issue for me.
Yeah.
Hey, Andrea.
And that's what I was going to get to. I was just, I have so much to say, you know?
Yeah.
No, Teresa, we're not talking about your disabilities. We're not talking about anybody's disabilities. We're talking about Jen. Please don't take this personally.
Andrea, that was somebody else. That wasn't her. That was a different person on panel.
Yeah, and like, please don't, like, we're not talking about you, Teresa. This isn't personal. We're not talking about normal people that have a disability. We're talking about Jen, who uses this as an excuse.
Okay, well, let's just not, I mean, I can't speculate about her disabilities and Maddie's disabilities. All I can say is that she was at home, and I would hope that she would know about the CSAM. And with that, we'll get back to the video.
Yeah.
Maybe, if it'll start.
Initial statement to the police, a lot of things have changed. The initial statement to the police was you watched her get dressed, you watched her leave, you knew exactly what she was wearing.
Can I tell you my thought process on that, or where I came from with that? I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with I saw, and then I wrote out what I wrote out. But it wasn't.
Okay, why are we saying that we wrote out what? I mean, why would you say you saw something that you didn't actually see, and then say somebody said to write out what you saw? And you write down something you didn't actually see. Like, they tell you specifically write out what you saw, and you said you saw her getting ready, but you didn't actually see that. Why would you do that? That doesn't make sense. They said specifically write out what you saw, and you write you saw her getting ready, and you're making an excuse for it.
Until later, I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her, but I didn't. In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him, and I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
Which we talked about today. But I guess there's other concerns. Right? You were nervous. The police have showed you their hand. They said, Stefan, we want your phone. Stefan, we want to talk to you. We're going to lock down your residence. You can't go back inside. Me? I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer. That's nuts to me. That to me shows you prioritizing Stefan. Because at that point,
why are you becoming a member? Thank you for becoming a member. Why are you prioritizing Stefan over over Madeline? Why are you trying to get him an attorney automatically? And why are we hearing this as police on March 1st and then in July saying that she doesn't know anything and Stefan worked independently? Like, that's the basis of all of this. Like, why are we saying this in March on the 1st of March, but then in July saying that Stefan worked independently and she wasn't involved? Thank you for becoming a member, JPL. I really appreciate that. I'm going to try to play our little clip, and hopefully we'll see if we get in trouble. We shouldn't, though. Since y'all been asking, y'all have to let me know if you like it. If you don't like it, I'll play the other one. I forgot to take the cap cut thing out. Thank you for joining Speculation Station. I really appreciate that.
I love that.
I have to keep it short. I have to keep it short or I'll get in trouble. We'll see how it works. Oh, y'all are feeding Inspector BS. Hey, Bazard. Thank you for being here.
No problem. What's up, ladies?
How are you
Sups
doing
up?
today?
I just got off of part one of my double shift, and I have like a little mini break, and then I got to go back in like at 6.
Okay.
But
Well,
overall, I'm good. I'm good. Just want to catch up and right now I'm driving, so it might be some interference here and there. But yeah, I just want to catch up and see what's up with Potato and Stinky.
Yeah.
Well,
Don't drive and chat. Don't drive and chat.
No, yeah, I figured might as well just pop on the panel instead.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out why they say in July that she's not involved and Stefan works independently, or Stefan worked independently, but then March 1st, when we go back to March, they're doing this. They're calling her out. They're saying that, you got Stefan a lawyer first. They're saying basically in July that she didn't know about the CSAM. And in turn, I would say if she didn't know about the CSAM, which was blatant in her face, and she's making accusations about the Woody Allen situation, then she probably, I'm assuming they're saying she didn't know about the homicide. I can't say that for a fact because they didn't say that, but that would be my thought on that. So why are we acting like this with the CSAM stuff on March 1st and then in the immunity deal in April? But in July, we're saying that Stefan worked alone, independently, and Jen, you can't prove Jen knew anything.
I would go with it's possible that they're entrapping her. Well, in a way, trying to see anything she's been doing since what I guess April with that last immunity interview she had. So I'm assuming they're trying to look and see what else she's been up to and anything else they can have foolproof evidence. That's the only best guess I can go with because it just seems bizarre that especially that this March video where this officer's like, what is up with all this weird sexual stuff? Like you knew that something was going on the way you're acting, but yet you're saying something about Woody Allen and you didn't trust him and all this other crap. So I personally think, maybe they want to go over Stern first and then go after second, but I feel like there's a lot of evidence to show, at the very least, neglect. Now, the murder part, that would be something that either the police or the prosecutor will have to, at least for her, prove, to the jury. But at the very least, they can get her on child neglect, possibly tampering with evidence. I do believe that Jen definitely tampered with evidence. Yeah. But it depends on what specifically and what they can prove. But yeah, I mean, at the very least, child neglect and possible tampering with evidence.
Yeah. And of course, the cops they got to keep their cards close to the chest. And I'm like, so we're going to be investigating this person. Mm-hmm. So I really hope that they're just, God, every day I pray for this woman to go to prison because she's guilty.
Yeah.
Like neglect and endangerment that leads to death. Like, isn't that like, that's a felony? It's a felony. Right?
Isn't it like in most states it is?
You can just neglect but the child is, is still alive. But there's like neglect that leads to death. So,
right.
Right. Yeah. And even if she didn't know anything, she would have been shocked right here. When he showed her the photos, she would have been like, what?
Right.
Not, I don't know if I believe this. Like, this might not even be real. Like, you guys photoshopped this. Like, that's what she was saying. I don't know. Let me see some more so I can figure out if you're being real about this.
So I have a question now. I guess could this be just from my take a gender-ish sort of thing where if let's say the father Tyler was shown the photos, would he ask, "Oh, can I see that again?" Or would he be shocked, upset, just horrified of seeing, a picture of his daughter having a man's little wiener? Let's just say that little weenie in her, blah. Compared to Jen, where she's just like, well, can I see just to verify again, just to make sure?
Right. I don't think Tyler did that at all. I think he was mortified and
Mm-hmm.
didn't want to see it again. And that would be a natural reaction to that. But I was just thinking.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I don't know if it's like maybe I'm just guessing a male, female sort of react. Like if I was the father and my daughter was assaulted or son, I would have a more emotional reaction per se.
Yeah.
I don't think like if it was any woman that actually cared about her child, she would fly off the handle.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. And I don't think
I would.
I know
like,
you.
I like the entrapment thing. Like it's possible they're trying. I mean, like I've said, the only thing that we could come up with so far is they're trying to keep her calm until after trial with Stefan. But I don't understand why they wouldn't say it's an open investigation and we can't really talk about it instead of saying we've been through thousands of hours of her video, her texting and them communicating with each other, and they can say that Stefan worked independently. Real quick, Bellis, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. That was super sweet and supportive of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. I fixed the clip a little bit, so we'll play it again. Thank you so much, and welcome everybody to Speculation Station. If you're gifted a membership from Abellis, please tell her thank you.
Abellis, awesome.
Thank you.
Toxic. Did you end up getting a because she was never gifted one.
Yeah, she got one.
Oh, she did. Okay, good. Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll play the video. Sorry.
Point, you became more worried about him being falsely accused than any. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt, does that make sense? People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
I promise you.
Because you
hold on. Oh, well.
Offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know.
So again, I mean, I reiterate, how did we go from this in March to we've been through thousands of hours of footage and he worked independently?
Where did you hear
says,
this that they said he worked? Sorry.
Hold on, I'll show it to you. It was at the beginning of the live, but I'll show it to you again. JPL said, I wonder if somebody could contact the office that did all these investigations and find out if they're looking at YouTube. I love the news guy in Orlando doing the series on Maddie right now. Yeah, that's a good series. I'm sure they look at YouTube. I don't know that we would be able to help in the case, right? Because they have more information than we do. So, but I like the idea. Kalisa, thank you for being here, said, in my opinion, it's a political thing. The DA has been basically given a secure conviction on Stefan based on the ton of CSAM evidence and don't feel the need to go after Jen, however guilty she may be. I would think that if she's involved, they would go after her. I would hope so, but you could be right.
Yeah.
Hey, Angela, and I saw meandering.
That could be a possibility.
Yeah, I think just, again, I'm not a lawyer, but because I mean, we don't really know if he was the one that did the actual red rum. It could have been Potato. You know what I mean? It could have been both of them together. So I think that first, I don't know. I mean, I personally think it was Stinky that did it. Maybe they're thinking something like, well, first you got to go after the more serious charge, which is the red rum and the CSAM, and then this one as an involvement. I don't know.
She's just like the final piece in the nail for them, basically.
Yeah, because if you're going to charge someone with accessory, I mean, first you would have to charge the person that is the main perpetrator, right? And then someone that's the accessory to the crime, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that's why they're, I really hope that's why, this is so frustrating because it's so obvious. It's so obvious that she's lying about knowing, and she's lying about, and like I said, I think she's low-key blaming Maddie because she's like, oh, and that's when that's when the requests for the sleepover started. She's like
Right.
very vague. She doesn't say if it was him or her.
Right.
Because she doesn't want to say when he started asking to sleep with my child, because she does everything not to incriminate this guy.
But his comment about I didn't
Yeah.
start it.
I don't know
that
why
was
that's playing. I'm
wondering-
sorry. Okay.
Oh, it's
Oh, I
fine.
thought that was what you're
I didn't mean to.
you know?
Because
And
you know,
then
Yeah.
it's almost like she was, because then she said, I told her, no, you can watch the movie down here. So it kind of sounds like she's saying that Maddie was the one that was begging for a sleepover to go upstairs and watch a movie. Like,
so okay, if Stern's parents knew that they have done the weird, and this is my first time hearing something of like at least almost a teenager for her at the time to be sleeping in the same bed with your mom and her on-off boyfriend. Like I never heard of that. You know, I did that as a little kid with my parents, like when I was little. But you know, did her family even know about that sleeping arrangement? Because how did what's the mom's name again? I forgot. Stephanie's mom. Stinky's
Yolanda.
mom.
Oh,
Okay.
Stefan's
Deborah
mom is dead.
or Deb.
Deb. Okay. So if Deb knew of the bizarre sleeping arrangement, Yolanda and Juan didn't know, or anyone else in her family on Jen's side didn't know about the weird sleeping arrangement. But how did Stinky's mom and dad knew?
Because they went over there and spent the night once or something. Yeah, they went over there and spent the night, and Maddie ended up sleeping in the bed with Deb, instead of sleeping with Jen and Stefan.
Mm-hmm.
So
And according to Deb, she said that Maddie said like, "Oh, we were sleeping in bed together, and I woke up and my leg was on top of Stinky."
yeah,
Like that's Maddie. Like that Maddie sat and like kind of giggled, you know. But she's like a small girl. I'm pretty sure she wasn't thinking anything sexual.
now
But just thought it was funny, you know.
I know that she spent the night at Jennifer's mom's house, but it would have just been her because they don't like Stefan, and maybe they don't like Stefan because of comments that Maddie had made while she was sleeping over there. Maybe she said some things like she said at Deb's, but I don't think they knew.
I've been wondering that for a good while. Like, so if Stinky's parents knew, or at least Deb said that she knew of the somewhat bizarre, well, it is bizarre sleeping arrangement. And then it's like, but Jen's family didn't know, or when Juan was there, and then when Stinky was there at times, I mean, didn't they have the same arrangement too? Or when Juan was there at the townhouse, Maddie slept specifically in her little area.
Sorry, say that again.
So when Juan was there, did he at least got perked or interested that Maddie would either sleep with Jen, and then when Stefan was there, when they were like all together, or when Juan was there, Maddie slept in her little weird, to me that sounds like a weird spot for a little girl to sleep in anyway, in the living room.
Yeah,
when Stefan was there.
I think that when Juan was there, they all three possibly slept in the bed together, or Maddie had her own. I think they were all sleeping in the bed together when Juan was there. I don't know if Juan found it weird or not.
Yeah, because she says she always slept with her. Like, did Maddie actually want to always sleep with her mom? You know, like maybe she was very insecure and anxious. Like that could be real. But no, she always sleeps with me. Like, what is this thing? It's like, again, it's so weird the way, you know, you might want to sleep with your mom or your, you know, even your dad, like if you're really, really small, like, you know, your parents. I mean, when you're small, but if you're like 11, 12, 13, you don't want to be sleeping with your mom. I mean, I don't know, maybe, but you know what I mean? It's just the way she says it. It's like, no, she always sleeps with me. She's always slept with me. Like the only time she had her own room was when Jen was married to that guy that, boy, what happened to him?
Yeah.
He's like good looking and smart. And he married Jen for like a year. And he's like, I got to get out of here. This isn't a safe environment for me or my daughter. And that's the only time that Maddie ever had her own room.
Right.
So I wonder.
Angela, I appreciate the $2 super sticker. I was going to get to what you said in just a minute. You didn't have to send me that, but I do appreciate it. And thank you for the support. Angela says people rub their legs like that when they're stressed. They do, but
Yeah.
taking into consideration the comment that is said and the way she rubs herself, it's like she rubs herself in disgust. But it could be due to stress. People do that
Yeah, like
sometimes.
self-soothing.
Yeah, it the way the comment is made and the way she rubs herself, it seems like it's more of a disgust thing to me personally, but it could be stress. Hey, Luna, we'll get to that. Let me play this part real quick for Cozy, and then we'll jump to that. I'll try to find that in the interview. That one part that you were talking about.
That maybe he was caught up in a criminal enterprise with Jen, and Jennifer was.
Okay.
And I don't know if you can collaborate that or not, but I just thought I'd share that.
I mean, without getting too much into my investigation in the narrative, it did not appear to be that way, that they were working together.
Okay.
Because I will tell you this, we have spent months, thousands of hours, literally going line by line through his phone and her phone, and there is nothing to suggest that theory, that they were working together.
Oh, okay.
Working independent?
Well, Stefan was working independent.
He was.
I can tell you that, yes.
Okay.
So at this point,
You know what
they
I think
say
this is
Stefan's
about?
working independent. What?
Sorry, I think my connection's got a little bit of a lag. That's why we end up talking over each other. I'm sorry. Like we both wait, and then we both go, then we both wait. I'm like, I'm not just trying to be annoying on purpose. I think that like we're all speculating here, right? We're not the ones doing the investigation. We're all just speculating, which is why the channel is the most brilliant name. We're just allegedly speculating. I love that. I love that. It was a stroke of genius. We're just speculating. We could all be wrong. We're all talking out of our asses. What do we know? I wonder if maybe what he meant here, well, that's Detective Kevin, right? By the voice.
It sounds like
I think.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. It's this guy that was grilling Jen. I think that maybe this might be related to the CSAM part of it and not the actual Red Room. I wonder.
Right, and I think so too. But for me, it's like, okay, if you're gonna say she didn't know about the CSAM, but she's making the Woody Allen comment, she's getting him a detective immediately.
That was still
immediately after finding out about the CSAM stuff. If she's getting him a detective trying to get him a lawyer immediately after that, right? And you're showing her images, and she's asking to see better images or whatever. If you're going to say she didn't know about that, like we could say there's a possibility she didn't know about the homicide, but she definitely knew about the CSAM, taking all of that in this interview and the immunity deal and the Woody Allen comment and all of the shit into consideration. And then you're going to say she had no idea about the CSAM. I would speculate that they're saying she didn't know about the homicide either. Now, I could be wrong about that, but so, how did we get to the shit she said to she didn't know about the CSAM?
Well, this is what I was thinking. Wasn't this the same time when Chris was trying? Well, to me, it sounded like he was trying to fish any information from the detective, and maybe he's saying all this just to maybe because he thought it was weird how the way maybe Chris was asking questions all the time. And maybe he just said
he was a prior he had been a cop previously, so he knows how the procedure goes, I think he was definitely fishy for information.
Yeah but that's what it sounded like to me.
Right, but if that's the case, then why wouldn't they say we can't talk about it because it's an open investigation, instead of saying we've combed through thousands of hours of her conversations and he worked independently? You know what I mean? Like, why even give him that if you're not going to give him anything at all?
Well, don't they think? Don't they? I always kind of thought too that weren't they suspecting Chris of being somewhat involved in the aftermath because of the way he was acting with the whole. I'm brain farting. We were talking about it the video not too long ago. The storage room and all that weird stuff. Maybe they were kind of sussing on him to a degree too.
Well, Hio came up and called the storage facility, and we have debunked that situation. The picture of the storage facility is the picture of their security cam footage. It is not his storage units, and they would have known that. So I don't think they suspected him of knowing anything. I don't think, but anything's possible, but I would say no.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, that is weird for them because you know how when they do press conferences, and it's so frustrating because sheriff or whatever will, they'll go on the podium and they'll start saying like, oh, so we found this and this body and this and blah, blah, blah. And then they go, now we'll open for the questions. I'm like, why do you even open for Q&A when you obviously can't answer any of the questions? Because every time the reporters ask, so do you know who did it? No comments. Do you know what happened? No comments. Are you doing this? No comments. Clearly, you can't answer everything because of an ongoing investigation. Trixie! So, you know what I mean? Like, don't even open for Q&A because obviously you can't answer any questions. So that was weird, his comment. Like, yeah, we're nothing she's involved. Like, should you be saying that? Should you be giving away that information? Yeah, I agree. It's so frustrating that we have to wait months and months and maybe even years. God knows. I hope it doesn't take that long.
Unfortunately, it's probably going to be a year or two, knowing at least with the current trials coming up, and then who knows when the murder one's going to happen.
Yeah. But like, putting this all together, there's no way. Sleepless in South Africa, absolutely right. There is no way that Jen didn't know what was happening, at least a tiny little bit. Because if you're like, I'm afraid this is going to turn into a Woody Allen situation, well, you have an option: kick him out of your house. Block him. It was me, Trixie. It was me. I'm on a panel.
Thank you guys
and spin.
Thank you guys that are coming in. I appreciate it.
I see that Azayo. It's so September of this year.
September 10th of 2025 is when the trial starts. The CSAM starts in February, I believe. Okay, I think it's after this part where she's gonna like rub herself. And it looks like disgust to me, but it could be stress. I don't know. We'll look at it when it comes up.
I think it's both.
I want to go to trial too, JP.
Me, under the assumption that I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe I believed.
Okay. I'm gonna hold on. Let me try to make this where it's not blurry. But I mean, what you believe the CSAM stuff? You believe that he was abusing her, but you don't believe he committed homicide? Are you fucking shitting me? And then we're saying in July that she didn't know anything. Are we kidding?
Yeah. I don't know how I could be that detective and not have a straight face. I would have just been like, my mouth wide open, like, what did I just hear right now?
Yeah, you see how when he cocks his head like that, like a dog, like goes, he's like, did I actually hear this bitch say that? Like, I want to throw that table at her.
Like, okay, I don't. He can do that, but I don't think he would never do that.
There's just no way, man. There's just no way. Nothing screams that this woman is innocent. Nothing.
Thank you, Leo.
Nothing.
Right.
Exactly.
Yep, I'm gonna play it again because it's like, how are you saying the sex stuff isn't evil? And then in July, how are we saying she doesn't know anything?
Again, they said, Stefan, we want your phone. Stefan, we want to talk to you. We're going to lock down your residence. You can't go back inside. Me? I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If you come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer.
Yep.
That's nuts to me.
Yep.
That to me shows you prioritizing Stefan. Because at that point, you became more worried about him being falsely accused than any. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt. Does that make sense?
Hey, Sub Rosa. Okay, Michelle.
People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
I promise you.
Because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
Yep.
I know. That was still me under the assumption that
Me.
I think at one point,
Okay, and I want to point out, and I don't want the person who I do appreciate the super chat, I really do. I don't want you to think I'm picking on you. I just want to point out a couple of things. Like, she's not rubbing herself here, especially in this high stress moment where they're like, why the hell did you call a lawyer for this man who has molested and raped your child? She's not doing that here. There's only one part she specifically rubs herself like that, and then it's when they say, if I'm not mistaken, he treated her like he treats you, and she rubs herself in disgust. Now, people do that out of stress, absolutely. I just think in this one instance, it was because of disgust. Really quickly, I don't want y'all to think I'm ignoring y'all or anything. Kalisa said, in Jen's mind, if she admits Stephen Stern's guilt or that he did evil, it makes her look bad. That's the only reason she protects him. She thinks it makes her look better. Yeah.
Someone else brought that up. Another channel. They mentioned something similar to that. So, yeah, I can see that.
Thank you, Hio. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no, yeah. I was like, I saw another channel bring that up. I think it was maybe Nietzsche, where it was like Jen just wanted to look good in any way possible.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't remember if I saw this on a behavior panel or another like expert channel, but they were talking about this. Like when you I'm paraphrasing like terribly, but for example, if I say that I'm gonna say Zio, just the first name that I saw, Hio. If I say no, she's a really good person, she could do nothing wrong. I'm gonna just say Mary. I don't want you to think I'm crap talking to someone. Like, no, I like Mary. Mary's really nice. She could never hurt a fly. And then Mary does something terrible. She goes and kicks a dog. So like, there's a name for this. You're like, no, it wasn't that bad because it kind of like it's gonna reflect on you. I'm doing a terrible job of explaining this, but Bathard said it. But yeah, there's like a name for this. Like because then the other person turns out to be horrible, so that's gonna like reflect on you because you're protecting them. So you have to like minimize what they're doing. And I'm sure I'm not even explaining it correctly, but yeah. So she's like, no, it wasn't that evil. No, it was fine. It's not even denial. It's kind of like trying to minimize what the person is doing, or because like, well, you know what I mean? I'm doing a terrible job explaining it, but like, because of what you knew she kicked the dog and you think she's a good person. No. It's kind of like guilty by association. Oh crap, I don't remember. I watched too many of these channels.
No, you're good.
But yeah,
you're good.
It's no, it wasn't evil. No, she's like, he's my best friend in the entire world. I trusted him with my life. She's trying to make him look good because then if she turns out to be wrong, then it won't look like she was wrong. Something like that.
I know what you
mean. I'm sorry. It's Wednesday. My brain is mush.
No, you're good. I know what you mean.
But I mean, I don't even think it's that. I just think she's just defending him because she's a piece of crap who never cared about a daughter. And she's got this weird association with this guy that, like, they're not even, like, schmexual. Like, they're not even a couple. You know? Yeah, it's like a protection thing, Kalisa. That's what it is. Like they're not even a couple. So like, what connection could they possibly have? She keeps trying to paint them like this happy little family, and Stinky tries to do that too. He's like, that girl knew nothing but love. She did. Double-edged sword that was. Like, I'm literally quoting what he said. Like, we never told her no. He's talking about Maddie. And the way she keeps saying, like, we, us, and we all slept together because we were all the same, and we. Both of them keep trying to paint their little relationship like they're this perfect, adorable little family, but they're not a couple. And he's not doing, what is he doing that's actually how are they benefiting from each other? Money and drugs, probably.
I mean, I've heard that stated a lot.
Yeah, Boomer, exactly.
She doesn't want to look
it's bad. So weird.
She doesn't want to look like the bad mom. Yep. Stand by your man. I hope he flips on her. I really do. All right. I'm going to play this.
You guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe his.
I didn't want to believe he did anything evil to her. What if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing? Like, I'm appalled.
I believed him. I believed his whole story. So I was just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like, what if she did get dropped off? What if she got abducted? What if she's missing? But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was the good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me and have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the
We know
earth
that
right now.
now. We know he's a piece of shit now.
No,
But you didn't know that then.
I didn't.
Then you offered a guy who the police suspected of kidnapping, abducting, assisting the disappearance. Offered him a lawyer. And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
I know every relationship is different, and I know everybody's family is different.
I see y'all are unmuted. Did y'all have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was muted
Right,
for a second.
President?
When he said that when he told her, yeah, but you said the sex part was fine. I was like, boom, there you go.
Yep. Exactly.
And I don't think she's saying this to protect herself. Like, I mean, she's doing this to protect herself right now. She said, like, right now. But it's more in a sense of, like, yeah, she's trying to protect herself, but, like...
Yep, Veronica?
She's trying to paint him in a good image. Like, no,
Right.
He's a good guy. I had no idea. Like, no, me, sleep. I had no idea. We're all the same. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Why is she still protecting this guy?
I don't know. I mean,
and don't tell me because his people react in a different way. Because no, your mama bear instinct.
The sex stuff isn't evil. I don't know what you don't think about. I mean, how do you not think a man raping a damn 6, 7, 8-year-old is not evil, ma'am? I just, even if you didn't know about it to begin with and you thought it just recently started happening at the age of 12 and he's 37 and you don't think that's evil, ma'am.
Yeah. Like, even if you, some people say, like, I've heard some people say, like, you know, she could be reacting this way because maybe she could have been, like, abused. We're speculating of possibilities, okay, people? Nobody take this personally. We're not, like, because, like, it was normal, because this happens to people. Like, well, it happened to me, so you deal with it. I had to deal with it by myself, so you can deal with it on your own. Like, this happens to people.
That is true.
People react like that, yeah.
Yeah, and like I get why they react like that, because maybe their parents didn't protect them or told them, like, to deal with it, and they had to grow up like that, and you know, it messed them up. But that's not even what she's doing. I don't know.
Well, yeah, didn't Jen say she was allegedly raped or touched?
She said she went on a date and the guy basically raped her after the date.
Okay, so it's like,
and that's why she became disabled.
Okay, yeah, weak. Well, I'll take it back, because someone might say in the chat, no, it's happened to me, and it's possible that yes, that can cause someone could have some issues. I don't disagree.
Oh yeah, it will mess you up.
But to say that, well, this happened to me, I know what it's like to be, I'm doing air quote, abused, but yet, you know, my daughter, you're showing me pictures of my daughter getting abused, and I'm like, well, can I see that picture again? I just want to verify.
Yeah, that's fucking weird. I'm sorry. All right.
Allegedly, you didn't used to cuss this much. I think
I
we're rubbing off
apologize.
on you.
I'm
not criticizing you. It's just like we get so fired up and we're just like firing, you know, F-bombs and like everywhere. I'm not criticizing you. I just think it's funny.
Yeah.
It rubs off. We get so angry that it's hard to, like, you know.
Yeah.
I couldn't be a cop. I would be punching people every time I interview them. Like, you did what?
Or you just like yell at them.
I couldn't sit there.
I'll let you know.
And look them.
I'm real upset about this. I'm real upset about them saying that they went through thousands of hours of information and Stephen Stearns worked alone. I'm real upset about this today, y'all. I'm in a mood. I will tell you that.
I'm hoping that she's not going to. Well, she kind of already is like the current generation of Casey Anthony, but I'm hoping that she doesn't become the post Casey Anthony case. Because look at her now. I mean, she's. If you've seen the stuff and heard the stuff what she's doing now, it's like, and yet this lady was able to get free.
Yeah. Hey, Lisa. Sleepless in Seattle said, I don't think it's true she's looking for sympathy, in my opinion. I believe nothing she says shouldn't she have more sympathy? It's her child. Yeah, I agree. I think she's looking for sympathy with everything too.
And the only time she really cried in this video was when the whole birthday thing. It's my birthday.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only time she did a little bit, but to me that seemed like the most quote unquote genuine tears or crying from Jen.
Yeah, Kalisa pointed out that Jen had mental issues way before that date, though. Her ex-husband left her in 2017 to 18 because she had her mental problems were so bad. So there was definitely something else going on. Okay, so I appreciate the correction on that. I thought it was due to the that post-traumatic stress issue, which that wouldn't cause bipolar issues and things like that. She says that she has. So
yeah, I just mentioned that because that's from one of Jen's like interrogations where she says that to the cop. She goes, well, I think he asked like, do you work? And she says, no, I'm disabled. And he's like, why are you disabled? And then she goes, oh, because I went on this date with this guy and it was the first time that I got asked out in person. That's what I was referencing. Yeah, she did have
that.
Yeah, she does have previous. And again, people, you can have a mental problem, a health problem, you can have some kind of disability and still be a crappy person. It's not about the disability, okay? Just because you have some kind of a problem doesn't mean you're like innocent. And you know what I mean? You can be a terrible person. And we are not criticizing her because she has bipolar disorder, because she said so herself. You know, we're not criticizing her because the way she looks, like what we're getting on, not her appearance, not her bipolar disorder, not any of her mental problems, because all that stuff is real and legit.
Mm-hmm.
But
you know, and getting like date raped, that is a real thing that happens, and it will mess you up. It'll take years to get around.
Yeah, I have bipolar.
Criticizing.
I don't think that it's a reason to say that you didn't know these things were going on or that they were okay.
Exactly.
Like, I don't think that we can blame that on. Now, did she not notice because of that? I mean, people say that. I don't think that. I mean, I would notice, but it's weird.
Yeah.
I think like if you have some kind of a mental problem, like you're really messed up. Remember, I said this before. Like when she was married, she was trying to figure out her medications. I think that's when she finally got her medication right. And I even like mentioned this, like, if you are so bad, like I have had serious mental problems, and well, I'm sorry, Angela, but this is like a panel that we can all share. So
whoa, hold on now. Yeah, it's okay, Angela.
You know, it's fine. Next time, you know, if I'm on the panel, you can, I don't know, whatever.
Oh, it's okay. Okay. All right. Let's just calm down and we'll play the video for a minute.
I won't ask, but going back on. Has he expressed interest in different sexual pleasures, different sexual experiences, different kinks that involve things you weren't comfortable with?
The only thing he's ever expressed to me was like anal.
Okay.
He had an anal kink and like butts.
Okay.
But that was something I was never comfortable with or doing. And I let him know that. Like that's not like something.
You guys slept in the same bed together. Stephen was a big portion of your life at one point. Stefan was a big portion of your life at one point. And this is not me coming at you as a person or a bad person, because shit happens in the past, We can't change the past. Has he ever expressed to you
Uh-oh. I think she got disconnected.
I was going to say, So I'm driving too, so I'm barely paying attention. No, I was gonna say I do find it interesting. I think she was lying in that part when it came to like the whole anal thing. I think I feel like Stefan was stinky, was definitely more into more weirder stuff, and Jen is just probably trying to cover in a sense that Stefan wanted to do more creep. Well, I should say creepy,
Hey
just weirder.
guys.
Hey,
Hi, Hio.
Hey, she got yeeted out, so she'll be right back. But I just
uh-oh.
want to say, everybody in the chat, let's calm down. Let's regroup a little bit. Everybody's allowed to have their perspective. Allegedly enjoys having her up, and I also think that it's up to Allegedly to make the decisions on whether she allows people to talk over her on panel. Cozy, I will say this: you are talking more than Allegedly today, but that's her panel.
I'm
If she decides
sorry.
it's okay,
I'm sorry.
it is what it is, babe. We've just all got to be, it's a panel where everybody can go up and talk, chat where everybody can go up and talk. So let's just regroup and let's just chill. Just have a good day. It's okay. We're all good. Welcome back, AS.
Yeah, I was just trying to type in chat that that I like her being up here, and it's a place where we share our thoughts, opinions, and speculations, just like everybody does in the chat. And I appreciate you trying to look out, but like that's I like her perspective on certain things. I like her talking. I like that's what my channel is about, is to share our thoughts, opinions, and speculations. And I appreciate you coming up and handling that for me, Hio.
Absolutely, Angela. Angela's not wrong. The channel is great because we all have an inclusiveness and it's all an allowance. So we just want to make sure that, including on panel. But yeah, we're okay. Everything's good. Back to normal. We're good, guys.
Awesome. All right, I'll continue playing video. It'll let me.
Spooning for what?
Mm,
What is snuggling to you? Because to me, snuggling, spooning, big spoon, little spoon.
he would lay down like this, and she would be right here in the nook.
Okay.
How
do you guys sleep? You guys sleep clothed, unclothed? I sleep clothed. Yeah. Shirt, pants, pajama sets.
Yes.
Everybody.
I sleep in like my everyday clothes.
Okay.
On pajamas or baggy t-shirts and shorts.
Okay.
And Stefan would sleep with his t-shirt or boxers.
I'm still looking for that one part. I don't think it's passed yet.
It's probably a little bit further.
We'll see when she. Yeah, I think it's a little bit further. It is a very passionate discussion. People get very passionate about this case, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for being respectful and respecting everybody's thoughts, opinions, and speculations. Hio, I have my electric blanket on. I wish you could come get under the blanket with me.
I am so cold. I am so cold. I'm shaking. I'm like, this is Texas. It's not supposed to be this cold.
It's a different cold out there too.
Yeah.
Well, here it's like a wet cold. Out in Texas and there it's like dry cold. It's weird.
I will say Teresa is right. It's not anybody's decision to assign additional diagnosis or to even assume that she is guilty if she has not been arrested of a crime. I will agree with that. But the idea of speculation is that everybody has an idea that they may think that there might be something that she's not telling us or something that we don't know. Could she be hiding an illness? We don't know. So what we're doing is let's just talk about what could be happening and not that we don't want to say it's a definitive, oh yeah, this chick's a whack job. But a lot of people need to say, in my opinion, and these are my thoughts. And so as long as we keep it that way, we're still speculating. The problem comes in when we diagnose somebody and we say that these are our truths. Well, your truth has no basis in fact. So let's just opinionate and speculate and move on.
Thank you, Hio.
I agree.
I push play. It takes
hands on. But he didn't have pajamas.
Okay, so they would snuggle, sometimes him being in his boxers. You would wake up and she'd be in the nook of his arm, essentially in a cuddling position.
Ew.
And you never found that weird?
No.
Okay. Again, you and I may find things different. Why? And I don't want you to look back on it because now you know he victimized her for a long time, right? Under your roof, with you home most likely because you said you're always home. You just got this job. You've been living off disability. I know Kissimmee Police Department has showed you pictures. I know they've verbally explained to you some pictures. I can tell you that today, they're still downloading his Google Drives. We're still going through his social medias, his cloud-based servers, and everything else. And we can now piece back her victimization in your house under your care to 2020. I believe you've gone as far back as in when she.
Anders, you're right. Your opinion is most certainly better.
They woken up cuddling. Did you?
Yes, they are.
I love it. Look, the idea that people are not going to be angry that this woman is sitting here on this couch and frankly her daughter is deceased and the man that she chooses to cover for is obviously the one that did it, and even though he has not been tried, there's enough circumstantial evidence, there's enough physical evidence, there's just so much out there, there's no way that we can consciously say he's going to get away with this. So it's maddening to think that this mother did not do anything to keep this from happening, that she was neglectful enough to allow it, regardless of the place where she sits. So yeah, people are very, very angry at this woman. And so I get it. I get everybody's passion on that.
Yeah. I mean,
where did Cozy go? She ran down. Where did she go?
I saw she was gone for a sec. I was just going to say, I mean, compared to, like, let's say what we were talking about yesterday, Alleged, with the Delphi case and Richard, I consistently, it looks like a lot of people, there's still people that do believe that he was guilty, but a good portion of people don't think he did it. And I'm included in that ballpark, or at least I'm in the ballpark where I think a lot more was there involved, and maybe they need to do another retrial, definitely. But with this case, it's clear as day. Stinky did it. Jen, unless they prove it, for the most part, Jen clearly, circumstantial wise, has the biggest red flames like on her hair of anything related to this case that involves her child's abuse. And
Angela, are you okay today, love?
Look, I don't know. I'm not trying to interrupt you, Bazard, but Cozy got down.
I'm sorry, Bazard.
She thought that she was stealing my thunder, and I'm not okay with that because I have her on here for a reason. I brought her up here to talk. I let her talk. If I had an issue with her talking over me or anybody talking over me, I would say so. This is my channel, and I run things how I run things for a reason, and I'm open and accepting to everybody's thoughts, opinions, and speculations. And now she's done got off the panel and feels bad because of something somebody said. So I'm again going to ask you to please be respectful and remember that I'm in control here and I got things under control. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting, Bazard.
We got you.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt what you were saying.
I think you were kind of going in and out on my end. I don't know if anyone else heard that.
Okay. Well, hopefully everybody.
No, I did not. I heard you, but I agree with you. Okay. You're fine. You got this.
Okay.
But no, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I don't get. I think there's a delay. Go ahead and say what you were going to say, love. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to finish off. I think this case is definitely brought a lot more passion with all of us clearly thinking that something was really bizarre with Jen when it came to what was going on with her daughter or how she did not know. And so I understand why people are upset and why there's a divide and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I don't understand how we go from this to, he worked independently. Because it's just, I mean, and again, I'm going to play through this video, but like, I don't understand how we got here. And I know I sound repetitive, but it's like, I mean, I really think they're not going to charge her with anything.
Mm-hmm.
And it's devastating. Why do we have this then? Why were you like this in March and you're not going to charge her with anything?
At the very least, yeah.
Did you have an open with he talked to you? Has he made inappropriate statements?
Hold on. Right, Bazzer, because there's child neglect, there's child, child abuse, but even if you say you didn't know anything, there's no way you were that neglectful. You were home all the time. Like you just said, you're on disability, you're at home all the time and you never saw anything. I can't. It gets me fired up.
It's almost like cheating, right? Like, have you ever been cheated on? Okay. Somebody can only cheat on somebody for so long until they fuck up, or until something comes out, or somebody says something, right? So if we go back to 2020, we're looking at a minimum of 3.5 years. 3.5 years where I'm sure you guys are sexually active. Yes. So for 3.5 years under your care in your house.
That's the rubbing that we were just talking about. Now, considering I was muted. That's the rubbing that we were just talking about. Now, considering the context of the conversation, I would think that's like a rub of disgust, not stress, although people do react like that in stressful situations. And I'll play that again, but to me, it seems like she's rubbing herself out of disgust.
So when I ask, they've woken up cuddling, did you find things suspicious? Did you have an open talk to you? Has he made inappropriate statements? It's almost like cheating, right? Like, have you ever been cheated on? Okay. Somebody can only cheat on somebody for so long until they fuck up, or until something comes out, or somebody says something, right? So if we go back to 2020, we're looking at a minimum of 3.5 years. 3.5 years where I'm sure you guys are sexually active. Yes. So for 3.5 years under your care in your house, not only was he being sexually active with you, he had a sexual relationship.
So, again, just considering the context of the conversation, talking about being sexually active, unfortunately, with both of these women, I do believe it was out of disgust for the situation and not stress, although it can happen due to stress. Some of you are saying, Jill says, I do believe so. We all have to do that to ease our minds. Maddie moved the whole world, so they can't let Jen go like that. And you were saying earlier that I think everybody would protest if Jen isn't charged. Like, I'm hoping that something's coming. I mean, it makes me angry to hear them say that to Stefan's parents, that, after reviewing thousands of hours of her conversations and information they have from her cell phone, that Stefan worked independently. Kalisa says sometimes they do charge later, really depends on the DA. Many will not charge unless they have almost guaranteed conviction based on evidence. It's often not fair, unfortunately. And unfortunately, we might be in the it's not fair aspect of this. But do we not have enough evidence with the Woody Allen comments and things? Bazzer, go ahead, love. Sorry.
Yeah. No. Sorry, I was muting. I was taking care of my dog for a sec. No, it's just bizarre to me, between how she's being treated by at least authorities compared to, of course, the public, court of public opinion. But I'm at this point, I'm waiting to see, at least with the CSAM trial, if she will be brought in. I think that's probably going to happen, but we'll go from there and see if that does happen, what the prosecution would do. If they be like, well, Mrs. Soto, and in this statement you said this, but why are you contradicting this statement right now when they bring her? So we'll see.
Do you think, sorry, I was getting Basil some chips. Do you think that they're going to do that? Do you think they're going to slaughter her on the stand and basically point out these things? I mean, I hope they would.
I would preferably, if I was the prosecutor, I would do that. I mean, I know she's technically be like, well, I don't know. Now I'm thinking about it, because then wouldn't she be sort of like a state witness in a sense? But then the defense might want to use her too and go after her and be like, well, you clearly knew what was going on, or you were suspecting some abuse or something was going on. So maybe, okay, here's my crazy thought. Maybe they wanted the defense to grill her for, and at least for the CSAM part of the trial. And then whatever statement she makes in the prosecution has her and questions her, and maybe she makes some inconsistencies that would be excluded from the immunity thing. Then maybe then something could happen with her. I mean, that's the one that I can think of that would make sense, because then it's just be like, why would you bring her if you already have a tight air case with the CSAM with literally thousands of images?
Right.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Shoot.
So, so we're trying to find, we're trying to look at her face and see if her baseline cry is genuine or not, right, through watching this video. Is there any other video that we've seen where she's actually crying, where it does look different or genuine, or is this the type of mousy cry that Jen does?
I think this is it. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the only time we have her on video. I don't know if there's any Facebook, but I can't imagine you would put a video of yourself crying on Facebook. I've heard her cry a little differently, but I've never seen her cry differently.
She kind of did a little bit in the early news interviews, like when they were initially asking her, she would be like a little tiny bit, but I thought it was always just like half attempt at trying to be emotional.
Yeah.
I was just curious. I don't know what her baseline is, so this is the first time I've seen that type of emotion out of her, so I was just curious.
I would say this is the closest of what supposedly a genuine sad potato looks like.
Yeah, we'll watch this and get a little bit of a context, and then I'll pull up the news interview and we can compare.
That'd be awesome. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah. Hey, so Angela said, good morning, Heather. Angela said, if Jen Soto receives no legal repercussions, it will piss me off, but likely she will never live it down in public perspective. Yeah. Rose Thorne, good to see you, said her horrible birthday, right? Cray Cray for Craniac said, I don't know Florida law about firearms in a house with minors. Can they get Jen on the fact that she knew that there was a loaded gun unsecured in the house where a child lives? We actually looked that up on a previous live, and surprisingly, yeah, they can. But I think they have to prove that the child knew about it, but by the child using it, like if the child uses it, it's a charge, and if they uses it and a death occurs, it's a different charge too. But the fact that it's in the house and it doesn't have the trigger lock on it can be a charge, yes. Meandering says she's Casey Anthony 2.0. I agree. All right.
And I know it's an emotional thing, and I know it sucks to hear, but where I'm coming from is it seems like something that you can't hide forever. You guys live in a small space, close quarters, you sleep in the same bed, you guys all talk, you guys all share things. You're an observant person for the most part, I assume. Outside of taking medications and going to sleep, it seems very difficult. A lot of grown-ass adults can't hide an affair with somebody who doesn't live with them, let alone somebody who does live with them. So at a certain point, I do believe you became aware.
Now, that tapping her foot and shaking, that is nervousness or stress or anxiety. The rubbing part, for me, I just couldn't, I definitely think it's related to the context of the situation. So we see here that she pretty much snapped back to reality and is not even that much upset anymore. And we're going to come right back to this marker in this video. Let's pull up the news interview real quick.
And that was fast. The quick change from blah, I can't say that word right now. Just really sad, hardcore crying, and then it's like, no.
Yep. That one's 15.
Yeah, that's the one
Okay.
I remember. Yep.
I want to see, I don't know if this shows him consoling her or her consoling him. I've been trying to find that one and pull it up too.
Yeah, that's a weird one
let's
too.
You think it sounded like a jealousy cry?
Possibly.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what Amma said. It sounds like it could be a jealousy cry. That makes sense.
Yeah, it could be. It could be, yeah. I mean, and it makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't catch that comment. I got Amma says Jen knows and she could never have a better relationship with Stinky, so she offered her daughter. God, I hope not. Hey, Gina. I saw
Same.
Genevieve was in there too. Tammy Wren said, I don't think Stephen Stearns was ever into Jen. It was all about Maddie, which is horrible to fathom. It's horrible to fathom that. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
a lot of predators are like that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm curious how it, because the timeline says he was gone except for a couple of holidays, right? So he had just come back that night. So I'm confused because she's with her mom all the time. He just came back that night. He did what he did, but he'd been gone for a while, right? I mean, he
Yeah.
wasn't.
Yep.
So he's not a constant in her life. So he was doing this on like a come and go basis.
No, he lived with them for 7 years.
No, I mean the last like when is the last time he lived with them between that and the
So,
time of her death?
yeah, he lived with them for 7 years. They broke up in June, or they broke up, and then Maddie found out in June. He was supposed to
Ah,
be out by October, but didn't leave until November. He came back for Thanksgiving and Christmas, and then the day she was murdered.
so it really
So,
wasn't a whole big timeline. And I was thinking that. Okay, understood.
yeah. Um, and a lot of people think she could have been possibly with child. If he's abusing her and he's out of the picture for except Thanksgiving and Christmas, we can assume that she was probably abused on those days when he came back, because if he's been abusing her with no holds bar for 7 years and then he's out of the picture, of course when he comes back he's going to want to abuse her. I don't mean to be insensitive, I'm just being
No, it's
thinking
realistic. Yeah.
yeah, realistically. So a lot of people think that she could have been with child, and that could be why he was called to come back in February, because at some point, when he stopped by those few times, he might have,
Yeah.
And her friends said that Angela said her friend said that she met with him on her own for her friends' interviews. So she was meeting with him secretly, or just meeting with him as like to go places or do things with, or
there's one part in that interview that the friend says that she was supposed to hang out with her that weekend, and then he called and said he was going to take her to the park or something, and she basically canceled on her friend to hang out with him. That's the only time I heard about that. I would love to get the date of that, though. We need to get the date. And to be fair, the friend said she did start her period 2 weeks late, I do believe. So she might not have been with child, but I don't know. I won't know. We won't know until possibly trial.
What I know with I'm sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say with the coin pregnancy thing, I think that's pretty much right now most of us are considering that something was going on. If she had that and was discussing that with Stinky with the pregnancy coin thing.
Yeah, the parent coin. Yeah. Have you seen that here? She sent a text.
I've seen it on your panel. Yeah.
Yeah, she sent a text with a picture of like a coin you flip to basically change the baby's poopy diaper, and it says dad's turn or mom's turn, and she's like, we should get these.
I mean, I've thought about it a couple of times that I've heard you say it. I haven't put major thought into it or any kind of like research into it because I kind of want to see where it was headed, but I don't know. I kind of see it from different directions. Do we know if Jen is still able to have children? Could she have possibly had, anything physical happen to her between this happening and, that coin thing and now to have either lost or, deleted a child? I don't know. I was just trying to play all different kinds of sides of the coin because she's still sexually active and she's still young. I don't know how young, but she's, probably able still to have kids. So I don't know. I'm trying to look at it from different directions and not just assume that a 13-year-old would know what those coins are for and automatically be planning for that. But that's just the innocent me wanting her to be innocent. And she's
right.
Since I don't know, she's not here to tell us. And that makes me sad, but
yeah.
I think the coins came from her phone, and Jen speaks of not being sexually active with Stefan in over a year because her medication makes her not want to be sexually active. So I don't think that Jen was having sex, but she could be, we don't know. We were not there. We did not see. So she could have been dating somebody and having relations with them. Excuse me.
Did they ask Stefan? Did he say anything?
He lawyered up immediately when they
Oh, that's
started
right. That's
putting
right.
him on the pictures of of Maddie. So that's all we know. Hey, Carolina. What is that? Her to do? I'm gonna call you Carolina. Carolina says also an individual isn't disabled because of date rape, PTSD for sure, but not bipolar disorder unless I'm wrong. They can be. I have bipolar disorder, PTSD. It depends on the severity of whatever issue you have, if it makes you actually disabled or not. I'm not technically disabled, and I have bipolar. So, I mean, I get, again, it would depend on the severity. I also have PTSD and anxiety, but I'm not on disability or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa Lee said they were probably giving Maddie the Plan B pill because I doubt he used any protection. I don't think, okay, to get the Plan B pill, like they ask you questions, because, and I'm not trying to relate this to myself, but from experience, like I was, unfortunately, raped when I was 16, and I went to go get the Plan B pill because I did not want to end up pregnant because of it. And I had to see a psychiatrist, a psychologist. I had, like, they gave it to me, but I had to come back to talk to people because it was a situation where I was raped. And of course, they're going to want to make sure you're okay. And so I don't think it's something that you can just have prescribed to you just on a, just to have in your medicine cabinet. I think there's a lot of things
You
that go.
can now, baby. No, you can now. The Plan B one-step emergency contraceptive tablet is over the counter at CVS. Absolutely. In Walgreens.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, here in Texas now, I don't get me started. Oh, I don't know the idea of the rest, but it's called the morning after pill is what most people technically call it, and it's just an emergency contraceptive that you have to have within 72 hours of intercourse. But yeah, it's available over the counter at CVS and Walgreens here.
Wow, I did not know
And
that.
and if Jen was getting the pill, I mean, she can easily get it for herself, and then we're all speculating, but then could give it to Maddie
Yeah,
if
they're
she,
expensive. They're like $45 or $50 a piece, but yeah, you can buy it over the counter.
So.
Wow.
Mm.
I had no idea. Cray Cray said when she asked what her disability was, Jen went into the whole story about her date rape, not saying she wasn't or that she doesn't have PTSD, but most truth tellers will just say I was well, yeah, but she might be explaining, I mean, I don't know. She could be explaining the situation because I think she was nervous in that interview, and sometimes when people are nervous, they over explain. So that would be my thought process on that.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna watch her reactions here. Now here she does a lot of nervous shaking and like fidgeting and twisting and stuff. She's definitely nervous and stressed in this one. Hey, meandering.
Okay. So the first question is if I can have your last name, and spell them both out for me.
Okay. Jennifer Soto. JENNIFER
Mother.
Mother.
Jennifer, tell me how you feel right now.
I apologize about that. One of the kids' phones was on, and I'm getting the phone now so that it will stop loading like that. I do apologize. Real quick. Thank you. I appreciate that. Jill said, could it be that Maddie was thinking that she now had a relationship with Stephen Stern? She was not upset that Mom and Stephen were not dating anymore. She was groomed like that. Yeah, it's a possibility. It's definitely a possibility. Oh, I'm sorry, Carolina. Okay, so it should work now. Everything should be good. Hopefully.
All I keep thinking about is, where is she? Is she safe? Is she okay? But we're We're all a wreck. My entire family is a mess. We're just so worried.
When did you first realize, or when did you file a missing report?
We filed a missing report. We called the police at like 4:45 yesterday, 4:45 p.m. But she actually went missing early that morning, around between 8:45 and 9 o'clock in the morning. She went missing. We had dropped her off close to the school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way.
So she talks about we dropped her off at the
Mhm.
school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way. I don't know if she cries in this one or not, but we'll see. That bird feeder or dog feeder is going to go off and she's going to laugh about it. Like she was laughing during this interview. Hey, KJ.
She looks like she's high too.
Yeah, and we know she's prescribed medical marijuana in pill form and smoke form. I think she's got a pen or something, so she might be. Plus the medication.
Wow.
Sorry. That should be it. Sorry about that.
A lot of people pointed out that she like smiles about that, but then she breathes in deep and like fixes her face like, now I got to get back to talking about this bad situation and seem upset about it. And it does seem like that. Rachel said, I have to ask, wouldn't you have a picture of your daughter if you were on the news? Anything to a school prior one or on your phone? Yeah, she had a minute. Like it took her a good hot minute to pull up a picture of her daughter from the birthday party the night before at the police station. It's crazy. Lisa Lee said, a mother of a missing child, I think, would feel like 24 hours in a day isn't enough time when searching for your child. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
It would never stop. You would never stop. The opposite of what she does.
We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way.
Trying to remember your
I'm not sure
line.
what I'm allowed to share.
You share whatever you feel comfortable sharing. I know you had conversations with detectives.
So yeah, trying to remember your lines. Why are you using the excuse of I don't know what I'm allowed to share? I mean, if the police haven't told you not to share, then share. Like, what do you mean?
If my child was missing, I would find any way to get the word out. And yeah. Sorry, I was just gonna make fun of her, but I'm gonna stop myself because it's too easy to make fun of her sometimes.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that they like having a male's perspective. So I do appreciate you coming up and hanging out with us a lot.
Oh, what can I say?
Detectives. Not sure what that conversation is, but whichever you feel comfortable sharing, that we put the awareness out there.
Yeah, she was spotted walking by the church, by the middle school on the cameras. They saw.
Real quick, Georgia Sky, hello to you. Hey, Allison. Says not taking up for the potato, but I think it was a nervous laugh. I unknowingly sometimes laugh at inappropriate times from anxiety. I do too. I laugh at weird things a lot. I'm sure y'all can tell. Sometimes when I'm live, I laugh at things I shouldn't. And it could be a nervous laugh, but like it's not a laugh though. Like she smiles, closed her eyes, and kind of like rebels in the moment for a minute while she's listening to that feeder or whatever go off. Like she closes her eyes and just listens and smiles the entire time. It's not like a quick laugh or anything. Now she is shaking and kind of self-soothing herself with the shaking and tapping of the foot, and she's probably rubbing her leg a little bit, which I would say could be correlated to being nervous. But the closing your eyes and just smiling for a minute and taking in the sound that the feeder is making and finding comfort in that would be more along the lines of what I think she's doing, and not like a nervous, laugh while she's shaking or whatever. You know what I mean? That's what I think about that.
Saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it.
What has the school said? Have you get in contact with the school?
Yes, that they're doing everything they can. They've given me all their resources. The principals called me. They've looked at their cameras. I don't think they've caught anything. The cameras is too far away from the sidewalk. Everything is too grainy, so they can't see specific faces. But they've looked. I'm just waiting to hear anything else from them.
Is this normal behavior?
Not at all.
To just not show up or call or text or anything?
Not at all, no. She, from time to time, she will leave her cell phone at home accidentally, and that's actually what happened yesterday. She left her phone at home. She went to school. But that happens from time to time. She's got ADHD, her memory. She's very forgetful. So
now that could be a nervous laugh. But again, I would say it seems like she's recalling a memory of Maddie, which I actually think is sweet. I do think it's sweet when she does that right there, recalling the memory of Maddie. But what I paused it for was to say, now the cops have stated in the interview that we're listening to before this, and we're going to go back to, that it's not normal for her to leave her phone at home, and they know that that's not something that happens often, and they call her on that BS as well, which again goes back to, why do we feel like this at this point in time? But in July, we're saying he acted independently, even if just for the CSAM stuff. I mean, but if they were gonna, I would think the easiest thing to get her on would be the CSAM, not necessarily the homicide. So if they're not going to get her on the CSAM, they're not going to get her on the homicide either, because she's testifying in the homicide trial, from what I understand, and she hasn't been charged with anything. He has, though, and they're preparing for trial in September for the homicide. So she's not going to get charged with that either.
That's why I was thinking, what if they do bring her on for the CSAM part? And I'm assuming if the state doesn't do it, I'm guessing the defense will probably do that, that's one that makes sense to me. That the defense would bring her on and try to be like, well, she knew what was going on and she encouraged it and all this other kind of stuff. And then the state can come in and then whatever they're going to do, question her and be like, well, you said this in in this one particular interview, blah, blah, blah. Maybe that's the only way they're going to catch her, is if the defense uses her or try to bring her up for the CSAM part of the part one of the trials.
Yeah.
Have we met anybody that's like a close friend of hers? Like, how did they say that how she acts with Maddie, or how she acts around Stefan, or anything other than the roommates? Or we just haven't seen anything, obviously, yet, I guess, with the witnesses or people around her.
The only thing I've heard, was just the family and then the roommates. That's the only thing I've heard of.
Yeah, that's all that there's been. And we can't, unfortunately, right now, we can't see their reaction. I don't know that we'll ever be able to actually see their reactions. We just have the audio for it. I mean, I'm sure at trial, there will be some people who testify to things like that. But I mean, and again, I think at trial, like, even if they do get her to say something weird on the stand, I've never heard, I mean, not to say that it doesn't happen, but I've never heard of like the police being like, basically arresting somebody directly off the stand unless they admitted to actual murder or something, So like, even if she admits to something, what's the word? Like, even if she basically admits to knowing more than she should, or admits to doing something, I don't know that they would arrest her even then, because she's on the stand. Yeah, I mean, again, it looks like there's not going to be any charges for her, because they're preparing for, if they were going to charge her with the murder, they would do so now, so they could get their trial together, and they're getting their trial together in September.
Because I really don't want her to become Casey Anthony 2.0, but I mean, from what we've been discussing, and especially on your end, my eyes are open where it's possible that she could be the next Casey Anthony, and
Yeah.
who knows what's going to happen. I mean, publicly at least, she'll never have a normal life. So if you want to have that kind of karmic sense of like justice, that her life is gone now, whatever she had back then, and she'll have it if she really genuinely cares about Maddie. In the back of her head, would know that you're one of the reasons why Maddie is not here anymore, and allowed the abuse to continue for so many years. So, if she is genuine about having any kind of human, any trace of humanity,
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
mm-hmm.
I have some comments here I'm going to read. Carolina said there have been clinical psychologists on YouTube who have said that Stephen Stearns groomed Jen too. That could be a possibility. Yes, it could. But dang, for so many years, how could a mother not know? I have yet to hear a mom say, yeah, I don't know. I think that he definitely manipulated and groomed her in some ways. But even if he groomed her to the extent to believe that him and Madeline were in a relationship and they loved each other and they were one day going to be together, and when she turned 18 or whatever, that's still abuse and neglect. Like, I don't care how manipulated you were, ma'am, you've got to protect your child. Like, that's your child,
Yeah, exactly.
Jeannie B said, for parents, so careful because Madeline Soto had ADHD, anxiety, and etc. Mom was not concerned that Maddie wouldn't be alone all night, scared, need inhaler, etc. No concern. Yeah. Lisa Lee says, I strongly disagree. What do you disagree with, love? Let me know. I got 2 more comments to read. Veronica said the roommate barely saw them, so in my opinion, they're not to be believed into her loving Maddie. It's obvious she did not take care of her. Selfish potato, me. Yeah. The roommates did not see much. That's why I give them grace as to possibly not hearing anything or knowing anything, because they worked and kind of stayed to themselves. And she said something to Jen about basically Maddie being in the room with Stefan, and Jen basically said, thank you, I appreciate you looking out. And then at that point it becomes, okay, well, I've told her, after that, unless I see something, like, unless I don't know, they might be concerned that they might get kicked out of the house because they've already said something and they're not trying to start hostility within a house where they're renting a room, And then lastly, Lisa Lee said, if they charge them as co-defendants, it will change the strategy. So yeah, that's my thought on that. Like, if you're saying in July she's not involved, he worked independently, then you're not going to charge her with the homicide after trial, I would think, because again, it would change the whole strategy that they're going to use in the homicide trial. And they would need to know that in order to prepare in September. Oh, that Jen was groomed. Lisa Lee disagrees that Jen was groomed.
I think Jen was, I'll be careful with my words. I think Jen was a type of person, if we take the belief from her side, an easily manipulated individual who was just an easy mark for Stinky. So if we're going to take it like in that kind of route and view, I don't, but it's like, that's the most generous thing I'll ever give to her, is that maybe she's just an easily manipulated, and I'm not gonna say it's not another word because some people might not like it, but just an easily manipulated person of her character.
Yeah, I think he definitely saw her coming a mile. I think he saw Maddie coming a mile away, and he saw that Jen was easily manipulated, and yeah, that's how that happened. Hey, Mary. Good to see you, love.
So yeah, there's no way to track her right now because the detectives don't have her phone. But this isn't normal behavior now.
What was the last thing, I guess, the conversation that you two had, you and your daughter?
We spoke about her birthday party. She had a birthday party on Sunday. She had a great time. I couldn't make it because I was working, but she had an amazing time. She was so happy with all her gifts. I told her good night, and yeah, that was it. I was the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner. But yeah,
13?
she's 13 years old. Yes.
13, Madeline?
Madeline.
Madeline. What are you thinking right now?
In my heart, I feel like somebody took her. This isn't like her to just pick up and run away, or just not go to school. I don't know what to think.
Friends, the friend's parents, you've contacted and went through
Everyone.
every single person?
Everyone.
So her whole demeanor in this is weird.
Yeah. I would say something quick. Did you notice what popped? I was going to ask to pause it, but I was going to let it play. It was the part when he asked her, what was the last thing you said to her? And all of a sudden, Jen became very alive and active, and her eyes really bugged out. But it took her maybe a few seconds for her to be like, all right, what am I going to say? What am I going to say? What am I going to say? So I don't know if anyone else noticed that, but I noticed that part when he asked, the journalist would ask her that. She seemed to be more alert.
Really? I didn't notice that. Let me play it again.
Yeah.
I'll take it back to here. Hopefully it's not too far back. Let's watch that again.
The conversation that you two had, you and your daughter.
We spoke about her birthday party. She had a birthday party on Sunday.
So I think that's right where.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she did get, and that's one of the most replayed areas. She did get really animated. Right here, you can see her eyes are big. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's
I think
interesting.
maybe I feel like in that few seconds see, that's why me and you were discussing, and I know other people were discussing that. I feel like she's also not a decent manipulator, or I'll say a scammer, but it's like she can do it here and there. And I feel like that moment she came up with something, but it took her a few seconds to be like, what did I say? What did I say?
Right. Yeah. And again, like some of you have said, I think that some of you have said that you think that she's the master manipulator in this, and I do too. I think she is. I don't think she's so, I think she plays stupid.
And that's scary. Like, I've had interaction with people like that, and it's scary to see when the so-called stupid side disappears real quick.
Yep. When you get them angry, or when you frustrate them, or when you do something that they don't agree with to the point that they feel like they have to say something or do something, you'll notice their personality change quickly. And then it gets scary, because you thought they were one way and all of a sudden they show you this other side and you're like, whoa. Yeah.
Yeah.
Meandering says, yes, she plays the part, and she absolutely does.
She had a great time. I couldn't make it because I was working, but she had an amazing time. She was so happy with all her gifts. I told her good night, and yeah, that was it. I was the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner. But yeah.
13?
She's 13 years old. Yes.
13, Madeline?
Madeline.
Madeline.
Yep, calculating.
What are you thinking right now?
In my heart, I feel like somebody took her. This isn't like her to just pick up and run away, or just not go to school. I don't know what to think.
Friends, the friend's parents, you've contacted.
Now, again, they talk about like Stefan said to his parents, that's an area where like they think that basically she was picked up and trafficked. And then she's like, I don't know what to think. I think she was kidnapped. How are you not in tears at this point? Like, I couldn't talk about my child being kidnapped or possibly sex trafficked, or your child or that
Exactly.
child or those children or them children up the road, like, and not cry. Like, oh my God, you know?
No emotion whatsoever in this, almost in this whole entire interview. You know,
Yeah,
it's
it's insane.
it
Veronica
is.
says she limits her sentences. She doesn't how much she doesn't know how much lies she can say at this point. Yeah. Yep. Abella said meandering, yes, and they're supposedly split up. Oh yeah. They're supposedly split up in this interview and they act like a couple. You'll see them in a minute sitting behind her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Contacted and went through every single person.
Everyone that we know that she knows, we've contacted them all, reached out to them. The parents have gone out to search and look for her as well. And we haven't come up with anything yet.
I've seen a lot of posts on Facebook, Hunters Creek rants and raves and what have you. Did people say that they were going to conduct some type of like search party or anything?
A lot of people have asked me to volunteer, like if there is one, if they can do one. I have people passing out flyers, going to every store in that vicinity, a gas station, church. I think people were being stopped in the street this morning in front of the school to see if they've seen anything, if they've heard anything. My family they're going all out right now. Yeah.
I know as a mother, a lot is going on in your brain.
So much
to bring her back home. What have the law enforcement told you that you are able to share?
So while she thinks about that, I'm going to read 2 comments real quick. Emma said, could have been an argument over the birthday situation. Stinky did need to leave to relieve some stress. What type of conversation did Potato and Stinky have? Yep. And she called him from the birthday party and told him to come, or the day before the birthday party. Yeah. I know she called him from the party. And he was stressed out. Veronica said she told Stefan to take her to the Gators, but Angel Maddie blew up the tires, so change of plans to where she was found, in my opinion. Yeah, I definitely think it was divine intervention for the tire to have blown up. I don't know where she would have been if that hadn't happened. Kalisa said people... I'm sorry, love. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just talking to myself. It was like karmatic justice, you know. I
feel
like
poetic justice, karmatic, yep, all of that. Yep, absolutely. Kalisa said people have asked her to be in search parties and do anything, and she does nothing. I noticed that as well, and it infuriated me. Thank you. I need to actually get a fresh cup. Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. My hubby just walked in the door. He's bringing me coffee. Rachel said, I will say you would not stop me from being out there looking for my child. The media can track me down searching for an interview. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I was going to ask this question. Has it, I don't think there's been any really like interview or something that people ask Jen, at least, like, has Maddie ever in the past refused to get dropped off at the school, but on the particular day when it came to Stinky, she refused to have him drop her off, that she had to get dropped off near the church? Like, has anyone ever kind of like brought that up? Like, of all
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. It was just like, has anyone ever brought that up? Because I never heard of anyone else except when I believe the police did ask him that. Yeah, they did ask him that. Why'd you stop near the church? Like, has Jen ever been asked, or anything of showing interviews where she's been asked why that particular day Maddie would ask to get stopped at the church then instead of going to the school?
Well, the interesting thing about that is supposedly, okay, she did not like being seen in Stefan's car. And when Stefan would take her or pick her up, thank you so much, babe. He would drop her off close to the school, or she would say, please don't pick me up. Don't let him pick me up at the school. Or can he pick me up far away because he drove a car? Now, when she references the car, she talks about an old Buick that he drove that she's talking about is in the parking lot at that time. So it's not even the Lincoln. And she says when Stefan picks her up or drops her off, she doesn't want to be seen in a car that's an old hoopty. But the grandmother, the sister, everybody else that's interviewed, including the roommate, say that Stefan never took her to school. Ever. They're saying, thank you, Mr. Speculating, and they want some coffee with cream and sugar. I don't know if you Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, love. Go ahead.
No, that was good. Yeah, like I think that's pretty interesting. Now I've heard of that, but yeah, I'm just wondering, has no one really? I don't think they have any of the police interviews where they, hammered at least that part to Jen. Why is it that on this particular day that Stefan wasn't driving the ugly car, he was driving a pretty decent looking Lincoln, that she would want to get dropped off several, I forgot how many miles, well, not, I guess it's maybe a few feet away or whatever from the church to her school. Like, I would have, if I was an investigator, I would have been questioning her like that constantly. Like, well, why would she do it on this day? He wasn't driving an ugly car.
Yeah. Now, the grandmother said that she had picked her up at the church before, but that's in the afternoon. That's like kids walking to the church to hang out because they don't want to stand in front of the school and their parents are a little late picking them up. Nobody ever references any kids being dropped off early in the morning at the church. And I think her grandma only did that a couple of times. Again, nobody else ever recalls Stefan ever taking her to school. And she references the Buick, not the fucking Lincoln. It's weird. I apologize for cussing.
No, hey, like we were saying, you can curse, go for
it. Lisa, I don't know. I know the sister dropped her off, and I don't think Stefan was there yet.
Wait, wasn't she by herself at the house for, was it like several minutes or an hour? I keep getting mixed up with that.
I don't know. I know the sister dropped her off at 8:30, and I think Stefan supposedly got there shortly after, but I've never heard an exact time of when he got there. So that's interesting.
Man.
Rachel said Stefan made up the whole drop-off story because he knew the cameras were at the school. Yeah, I think so. But then they have him on camera driving through the school parking lot at 8:10 in the morning. Jen laughed and told the cops Maddie asked to be dropped off far away from the school all the time because of his car. She did. And she points to the Buick. She says because of that car right there. And again, I was like, wait a minute. The Buick's in the parking lot outside of their house. But Stefan says the Buick, or his dad says, one of them say that Stefan's Buick is like down in Northport being worked on. That's why dad gave him the damn Lincoln. So again, it's like, wait a minute, the Buick's supposed to be being worked on way down here, but it's in the parking lot.
The story doesn't make sense. Why? No. Like, even if I remember in Matt's situation, I had a situation like that where I would, didn't want to get seen in the vehicle. It was a family rundown car and all that kind. I get that, but it was just like, well, why would she do on this day when he's driving, like I said, a nice looking, decent car, and it's like the first time of Stefan at Stinky. I remember Stinky. It's the first time Stinky actually dropped her off so early in the morning, So I just always kind of wondered, though, did the authorities or investigators never really question her about that whole situation? Like, well, why would he do it this time if he's not driving an ugly car?
Right. It's weird. I mean, just another piece of the puzzle that's not adding up. Sorry if y'all hear that. I'm doing my nails while I'm talking, y'all. I'm gonna show them to y'all after the live. KJ said initial Jen Soto statement to police officer that Maddie Soto didn't want to go to McDonald's the next morning. Later statement to different PO changes, mimics Stefan Stern's statement now. Yeah, and she says that they came up with the idea to go to McDonald's the night before, but we know that the McDonald's story was so that Stefan had a reason for leaving that early to get her body out of the house. I think.
I didn't know about that part. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, she says that they made the plan the night before for them to stop by McDonald's because she references the birthday party and is like, oh yeah, wouldn't it be nice for, since Stefan has to take you to school, wouldn't it be nice since the day after your birthday party if he went by McDonald's? And Madeline was like, yeah, and that's how supposedly they came up with the story to go to McDonald's. And I'm like, okay, but if we come up with the story to go to McDonald's before Maddie's technically dead, then why are we coming up with the McDonald's story? Because the McDonald's story was to get her body out of the house early in the morning so nobody would see Stefan taking a body to the car.
Okay.
So
And
I'm
then
like,
later, yeah, and then later on, he says that she didn't want to go, and then
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
When I heard you say that, I was just kind of laughing to myself, like I've had my 13th and 14th birthday years ago, and I don't remember being excited to go to McDonald's the next day. But it's like, okay, sure. I think I would be
Yeah.
too. If I was authority, I would have been a little suspicious. Like, well, I didn't want to go to McDonald's after I had my birthday. But anyway, I was like, I don't think I would be excited
Yeah.
for McDonald's. But
No, I wasn't. I mean, I don't know. My mom would sometime we would go by McDonald's on the way to school, but it's not anything I ever got real excited about.
right,
But
I'm like, huh?
it it's weird to me though because I know that it's not been said definitively, but I know that's why that he came up with the McDonald's story. Oh, I'm going to take her to McDonald's if that's what he
Mhm.
told Jen, or I went to McDonald's. That's the excuse for leaving early. But Jen's saying they came up with that story the night before. I've never understood that.
Yeah. Yep. Same here.
All right. KJ said, right? Allegedly speculating seems like they have to think on the fly, not their speciality, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt. Jen said, my dad picked me up from school in his rusty work truck, and I knew not to complain. Right. Which, I mean, I got picked up in my mom's car, and I never complained about it. But, I skipped school. I was a bad teenager. I skipped school a lot, and I would walk like miles down the road to get picked up by my friends. So it didn't matter to me what kind of car you drove. If you could pick me up, I didn't care. Let's go. I don't care what I don't care what the car looks like. But anyway.
Jen, that's I was about to say that's old school because that was like with my grandparents and mom. They had run me down cars here and there, so it is what it is. But
yeah. Walking, be happy you're not walking. You know what I mean?
That's for sure.
KJ said Freudian slip, right? Real quick, I got 3 comments I'll read, and we'll get back into this. That's how I got my 8-year-old daughter motivated to get out of the bed for her MRA yesterday morning, McDonald's breakfast. Oh, that's so sweet.
That's
I hope her
good.
MRA was good. Meandering said McDonald's was the excuse to justify leaving early. The truth is he left early not to get caught. Right. And then Jen references them coming up with it the night before. It's weird. Angela is responding to Stoic dissension, and I don't see your comment for whatever reason, but thank you for being here, Stoic. She responds to him by saying, thank you. I hear and see you, and I stand with you. It's unfortunate so many in this room have similar stories. I'm sorry for any of you guys out there suffering. A lot of us have.
Same.
Yeah, a lot of us have unfortunately had to deal with instances of abuse and things like that, and it never gets easier. And I mean, and that's another thing that's just so weird about this woman. Like, nobody can understand how, I don't know, it's just weird.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah, babe.
Jill's asking if we heard anywhere that Maddie might have had to do her own laundry. Did we hear that in an interview somewhere? And if we did, would we let her know which one?
Yes. I just saw that, and I don't remember hearing that. But I have all the interviews on my page, so I will work on looking for that for you. But I don't remember hearing that. So we'll find out. And I'm sorry, Hio, to keep you waiting by running my mouth on this.
You're not keeping me waiting. No, you're not. I just wanted to say that I'm really sorry Abellis used to have to walk to school 10 miles each way uphill at night in a blizzard in his granddad's pajamas. In her granddad's pajamas.
With no shoes, barefoot.
I'm sorry, Abellis, that you had to put up with that. You don't deserve that.
That's like a biography there.
Uphill both ways in the blizzard in July. Hey, mommy ball. Y'all make me laugh. It's mentioned. Okay. Jill, Cray Cray said that, it's mentioned in the derivative immunity interview. Okay. So we'll look at that. I don't know if I have time to play it today, but we'll definitely check that out. I'll see if I can locate it for you. Hey, Shell, thank you, for being here, love. Amen, Lisa.
that they're doing the best they can. They've had detectives come out, interview us. They took a piece of her clothing for the canine dog to see if they can sniff her out. I'm not sure when that's being done.
Do you have any inkling where she possibly could be? Like if you would say, okay, last time I went to work and came back, she was at James' house or Sabrina's house, and maybe I forgot to
Pause
check
for a
that
sec.
house, or she played at this park one weekend.
Okay, hold on.
Maybe she went back there or something.
Okay, there you go, love.
I was asked, did anyone even know? This is me catching because I'm really paying attention today. Did anyone catch when he asked her that she made like a weird disgust kind of looking expression? When
I
he
did
asked
see
her,
that.
Yeah, she did it for a quick little second.
Let's back it up and watch it again.
And came back.
Back
She
it
was
up,
at
Chuck.
James' house.
I might need to go back a little bit further. Let us see.
That's an ugly look right there. Anyway.
See if they can sniff her out.
Is that far enough, or was it before this?
I think it's right here.
Okay.
I'm not sure when that's being done.
Do you have any inkling where she possibly could be? Like if you would say, okay, last time
right there.
I went to work and came back, she was at James' house or Sabrina's house, and maybe I forgot to check that house, or she played at this park one weekend. Maybe she went back there or something like that.
We've looked everywhere we could have.
She did look. Go ahead, love.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, I noticed two different things. So one thing that stuck out is that if I was a mother, I don't know that I would look at the camera and say, yeah, they're just going to try to sniff her out, see what they can find.
Yep.
Like, what do you mean sniff her out? So your assumption is what, they're looking for a lost child or a child that has been deceased? Which one? And second of all, yeah, I did see that face that she's making. So the dry mouth and the dry throat, the way she's talking, it looks like she's looking like needs a glass of water, and that usually comes from not necessarily deception, but nerves and stuff from what I've seen. So yeah, she looks like she's got a mouthful of sand to me.
But yeah, when he asked her, do you think where she might be, it was like just a quick little second I saw disgust or like bewilderment almost, like, why would you ask me that? I don't know. But it almost looked like she was angry a little bit too when he mentioned that. I'm just noticing, it's been a minute since I've seen this interview, but I feel like I'm catching certain weird facial expressions that she's doing.
Yeah.
When it's certain questions he asks.
Yeah, and that's why I like playing these interviews. I know y'all might get tired, but I like replaying these interviews because it's like we catch new things every single time. And I appreciate you pointing that out. I agree with what y'all are saying 100%.
I feel, well, at the very least in this video, I've noticed several things where with what I'm gonna say Zio. I was gonna say Zio. I can't say it.
It's like man.
You can call me X. Nonsense calls me X.
I'm going with that. AX. What's up, AX? But yeah, it's like I'm just noticing more and more. Maybe because I've been watching facial behavioral people videos lately too. But it's like, yeah, she's doing a lot of weird facial patterns that shows either like disgust, shocked, some slightness of anger to a degree, but it's interesting. Now I'm looking at it over again.
Yep. Yeah, it is interesting, and I appreciate y'all pointing that out. Yeah, Basil's over here looking at her with disgust. He was just eating some chips. Now he's like, he's got the stank nose up in the air.
He knows he can't eat that potato. That's one potato he ain't gonna eat.
I had to.
No,
I was going to tell Jenny. Sorry, babe.
No,
I said
he was laughing.
I'm having meatball subs today, and I was trying not to choke on white cheddar cheeses as I'm watching this face of this chick right here.
Oh no.
Yeah, Legend, you're doing pretty good with the pauses with like this. There's been a few other ones. I'm like, I need to make a profile picture of like her face like that.
Yeah. Pause game on point.
Yeah. She got it.
It's not even intentional. It's divine intervention at this point.
See, I'm telling you, if Jen can't get legally in trouble, Karma and the rest of us,
Yep.
she'll deal with it. That'll be her
Yep.
punishment.
Yep. We got you, boo.
hmm
Could have thought, and anywhere she would have been, she would have known to wait for me at the school.
Wait. She would have known to wait for me at the school, but you leave exactly 10 minutes after she's not coming out and then drive to grandma's work and like don't even check in the school.
But we did check where if she could have walked. My mom's office is close to the school. We checked there. We checked
Sorry, y'all.
the walking paths that she could have taken. We've checked all of her friend's house. I think we've checked everywhere I could think of, honestly.
Right here.
What do you think?
Exactly.
Oh gosh, I just had to tip my tongue. What was she wearing?
She was last seen wearing a green hoodie, black shorts, white Crocs, a black JanSport backpack with gray hibiscus flowers on it.
So this is weird to me because we know the infamous crock was left in her room. Did she not see that? How do you and Stefan described what she was wearing accurately, which was the jeans, not the black shorts that were found under her bed in her room.
It could be just their pre-scripted, this is what's going to go down and what happened sort of thing. It's consistent that they both remember these white Crocs, but then Jen here, and she does it, I know, a couple of times. I know I've seen the other videos where, yesterday when she, when Stern corrected her about the pants a little bit, but yeah, it was like one consistent thing was the right Crocs. She definitely had a jacket on, at least we know that, and then the only difference was the pants sort of situation between the both of them.
Yep.
And you said this is not like her.
Not at all.
To run away, an argument, anything like that to provoke her.
She's never done anything like this, no. And we haven't had any arguments recently to have this outcome.
What school?
Hunters Creek Middle School.
Tom, any questions? No. Is there anything that you think our viewers would need to know about the way you're feeling, the way the family's feeling, Madeline?
And again, I mean, I just want to point out her nervous shaking. Lisa Lynn said, this is what I questioned too. She claims she never saw her that morning. So how would she know what she wore? All of these lies are going to bite her later. But again, I mean, I reference the freaking interview where they say Stefan acted independently. And if they were going to charge her with the homicide, they would do so because she's going to be going to court, and she would be going to court in September. So they're building their case. So I don't know if they are going to bite her. And that pisses me off. I'm sorry. It does.
No, I don't blame. No, we all don't blame you. We all want justice for Maddie, especially if it comes from dear old Potato. We know Stinky's gonna get it. There's no ifs and buts. But it's Potato's fate that we definitely want to still know what's gonna happen to her.
And I've seen it said in chat many times that people are, are like, regardless of whether or not she actually had anything to do with this, she is guilty of negligence. And for some reason, I feel like, CPS CPS was never involved. Nobody did anything. Was she crying out for help? If she was in that classroom and she was failing her classes and falling asleep and she said, can I go to the counselor? Like, I know that people were talking to her. How is it that nobody noticed? So at least her, if she's talking to people like her teachers and her counselors, surely she's going to her mom at some point, and she just either neglected to see what was happening or made a choice to not see it. It would seem like, right? Maybe, I don't know, but it just seems like if she's not guilty of physically doing something to her, in a sexual manner, she isn't guilty of causing her to be deceased, but she is guilty of negligence in some way or another.
That's that's what we've been saying. Well, I know I mentioned it, and it's like that's the only thing I can think that can get her if they ever do bring something up. Neglect, and if they can prove it, aiding and abetting with
Something, yeah.
Stearns with the body at least maybe. But
And like Marty already said, she would be considered an unindicted accomplice to all of this. I mean, yeah. So, and we've seen, the last time I saw that, where I've looked into it, was Donald Trump actually is a unindicted accomplice to some things that are happening up in that level. But kind of the same thing. Like, she may never be charged for some of these things, but they may not have enough to charge her, but they know that she had something to do with it. I hope it doesn't come to that, because she deserves some. As a mother, I would think, please throw me under the jail. I let this happen to my kid. How could I do this? I would be so guilty. But that's just me. Not all mothers are like that.
Right.
Well, you're a human. You have humanity where potato is a potato. I don't think potatoes have humanity in them, so I'll stop the potato puns. Is like, there's no humanity in this potato, okay?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Jill says that she's already in prison, if you think about it. Can you imagine that people ran into her? Like, if people ran into her, so she's kind of already locked up. Yeah, but that's not good enough for me. I need some kind of charge. I need some kind of paper that I can hold and look at to say, this at least she got charged for something. Because, I mean, again, I'm not going to say I love Maddie, because I don't know her. I never met her. I can love the image I have created of her, and I can want justice for her, because of what happened to her. But it's hard, because I have a sense of compassion for her and wanting justice for her, and to see the shit she dealt with, especially from this potato over here. I mean, she literally looks like a potato with a hoodie on right now. I just can't. I can't understand how we're not going to pursue charges.
Yeah.
And that's what it seems like.
Yeah. That's sometimes the American justice system for you.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, she did look to me, Teresa, like she's acting reluctant to interview with the news. Like, she's like, why are you bothering me? Almost. It is what it looked like from the beginning of the interview. It almost looks like that in the police interview as well. So I don't know if that's a baseline for her or not. Is she consistently annoyed with somebody that she either sees in authority, or is she consistently annoyed just because she doesn't like to answer questions? My 23-year-old, you look at him in the face and I'm like, why'd you do that? And he just kind of like looks at the floor. He gets so annoyed. Like, don't ask me questions. He looks just like that. Like, get off my back,
Yeah, that was me back in the day.
Yep. But she's a grown ass adult. Like, get your shit together. Your daughter's missing. What are you annoyed about?
Right.
Right. A lot of people have pointed out, like, how she acts like a child that's in trouble right now. And real quick, I wanted to say hey to Florida Girl. Florida Girl said some kids learn their moms won't listen. And I think that's a good point to make.
That's valid. That's valid.
Or I was about to say, it could be that she's getting more annoyed and jealous that everyone's talking about Maddie and not about Jen's feelings and all this other kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Very accurate point. I got 2 comments real quick. Sarah said, in my opinion, Jen is too detached from everything emotionally, whether it just be meds or years of, quote, practice. In my opinion, it's probably both. Yeah. I could agree with that. Angela Ballerina said, Jen Soto claims Madeline Soto showed her when she was constipated. Not sure exactly what that means, but I can't imagine her not knowing if she's that involved in her nether regions. I thought about that too, and I didn't want to elaborate on it because I can't really go into detail, but like, I mean, if she's like showing her mother that she's constipated, and her mom, when she referenced that, says she showed me she was constipated and that it wouldn't come out, and I'm about to be graphic and I apologize in advance, but would you not notice that the area was bigger than it's supposed to be? I mean, and I'm going to leave that at that. I don't understand how she's showing you and you still not noticing anything. No tearing, no rips. Anyway.
You're desperate for any answers. anything that you could.
Did you say something, Buzzard, or was
I,
that
I, was-
somebody else?
I was just gonna say potatoes are just potatoes. They don't consider humans as anything else. So
Yeah. No doubt.
Do to help, I'm here for it. Just please, if you see my daughter, just please bring her home. I just hope you're okay, Maddie. I hope you're safe. I hope you're not hurt. I just hope she's okay.
When did you notice that she was missing?
See, she's not crying. Like, I
Right.
don't know. We could at some point do a comparison of people who are actually missing their children. Like, they're crying, they're in tears, they have a picture. You know, not to even, I mean, I'm just going to bring up a case that I don't talk about, but I know most of y'all have seen, and I don't know how you feel about it. But to be fair, in the Sebastian Rogers case, the
Oh,
first interview that Katie and them did, she had a picture. I think she had 2 or 3 pictures of him up. Now, I'm not going to say how I feel about that one way or the other, but that's
mhm,
just an example of somebody having a picture. Like, why don't you even have a picture of her?
right. To be honest, the way she was talking about Maddie, it might make get some people upset. Is like a dog or pet. I mean,
Yeah.
that's how I was taking it. Like, come here, just come on, you'll be all right. Just come here. I mean, the way,
Yeah.
it would just to me sound like she was talking to her daughter like she was a pet, which probably was what was going on anyway in that household. But yeah, that was just weird. Just no
Yeah.
emotion of like, please come home.
Hey guys,
Right.
I was just going to say thank you for having me on panel and let me come up and hang out. I'm going to jump down back into chat. Just wanted to say thank you for having me today.
Oh, yeah. Hio, thank you for coming up. I appreciate it. You came up right when I needed.
I got
Bye,
it.
Bazard. Have a good day.
You do the same, Hio. Take care.
Bye.
Bye, Hio. Thank you. Real quick, Jen or Lisa Lee said, I see Jen as one of those mothers that take their kids a bath, comb their hair, and tell them to be a big girl right before sending her into that pig's room. God, I hope not. That's a horrible thing.
Yeah. It's possible, but yeah.
Candace Wells, sure. Yeah, Candace Wells cried. Yeah. As far as Summer Wells goes. Shell said, I'm watching from the beginning, but need to say Jen was paranoid about one thing, that's for sure. And that was making sure she wasn't attached to any CSAM, which is why no phone evidence.
Mm.
That's an interesting
Yeah.
point. But then again, I go back to she could still neglect anything.
Yeah.
And again, I've got to be fair and say that, they are going there, that I need to wait for trial, but trial's in September. They're preparing for it. So something should be coming by now. We have the CSAM in
you
February.
would think so. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have the CSAM in February. So maybe after that, but I it don't seem like it from what they're saying.
Missing because this was at the beginning of the morning.
She got dropped off in the morning. We did not notice until after school pickup at 4 o'clock when I went to go pick her up and she wasn't at school.
So we're going in 24 hours now.
Yeah.
Just about.
Yeah.
Nothing.
No word. No text message. No messages anywhere from her. I've looked at all her social medias. I've looked at all her games she could have played with. Any app. No weird conversations. Nothing strange. Everything was conversations with just normal friends or us.
She knows how to get home by herself, as if like let's just say to take a bus or an Uber or something like that. She would know how to get home alone, correct?
I'm not sure.
Wow.
I don't know if she would know how to get home. Maybe, I mean.
I was muted. Yeah, that's a weird statement to me. I think that she would have been able to get home. Like, again, they talk about her like she's 5, but then, expect her to go upstairs with a grown ass man and go to bed.
Right. Well, She even did the weird facial expression of like she squinted, her eyebrows squinted and everything, and she was like, "Huh?" So yeah, that was just yeah. I mean, his question was pretty normal to say the least, but her reaction was just bizarre.
Yeah. We get that a lot from her.
A 13-year-old girl doesn't know how to get on a bus. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Lisa Lynn.
If someone, I'm thinking if someone got in the car with her and if she pointed the way, what roads, she probably could figure out how to get. But like, does she know her full address? I don't think she does.
Which would give me it just puts in my brain that she always comes home with someone.
She always comes home
So
with me.
there's no need for her to really
Exactly.
learn. Okay. And you said no time? I think that was everything. All right. The first question is if I can get your first and last name. Spell them both out for me.
Stephen Stearns, STEPHAN STERA.
And I mean, even he is more emotional about Maddie than her own mother.
That's insane.
It is.
Insane. Well, we all know because he supposedly quote unquote loved her. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's.
Yes.
All right, so Stephen, you seem very emotional right now. Explain to us.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away. It's the last time we saw her.
What were the conversations that y'all had in the car when you dropped her off?
Not much. She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out. I love her. She said thanks. Love you too.
Yeah.
That was it.
No eye contact when he recalls that whole segment.
Mm-hmm. I noticed that.
I
love her, and I love you too.
Yep.
And so where do you think she could possibly be? I mean, this isn't, as I was told, this isn't normal behavior.
This is not normal behavior. She's not the type that would just run off. We don't know where she could be. And we're scared. We just want her home.
Are you, in a sense, blaming yourself?
It's hard not to.
Why?
I dropped her off early. I could have waited longer. She looked okay. She was walking towards the school when I saw her. It was like any other day, so I went on with my day.
So again, I mean, he's like, it's hard not to blame himself. Well, yeah, because inside he knows that that she's deceased. Whether Jen knows or not is beyond us. But it's weird to say she looked okay. Like, we're not saying that she is like fallen, bumped her head, she got sick or something. You're saying that she was walking to school and then she was supposedly abducted. So how would she not physically look okay if somebody grabbed her? You know what I mean? Like, it's again a Freudian slip because she didn't look okay because she was deceased when you dropped her off in the field. But you're saying she looked okay when she walked away. It doesn't make sense because she would look fine. Like, the situation might look okay, but Madeline herself would not have appeared any different if she got abducted after you dropped her off. Do you understand what I'm kind of saying by that?
No, I know, I get it. And it's like, in his mind, he's trying to separate the quote the Maddie that he loved and he cared about, and now it's this Maddie that obviously he knows is deceased, and he's just trying to separate it to where he misses the Maddie he cares about, that kind of bullshit. Now I feel like cursing on his ass because every time I see him, I get annoyed with him a lot too. So
yeah, it's hard not to.
He has a very punchable face. I'll say that.
He does. I mean, his nose already looks kind of flat, like it's been punched a couple of times.
I wouldn't mind doing extra help with that.
No
But then I have
doubt.
to go to jail, but I don't feel like going to jail. So it's like, I don't feel like going to jail.
You know
Especially
what,
Florida.
though? That's a charge I would take. I would
Yeah.
be happy. I'd be like, put them mother trucking cuffs on me right now. Let us go. Let's go.
Yeah.
I think. Anyway, but that's just me.
No, I feel you. Yeah. I had thoughts like that too on different other cases. Like, yeah, I'll definitely do that. But then like, oh crap, now I gotta deal with the fucking justice system. Ugh.
Yeah. He does look older than 37, sleepless in South Africa. I love your name. He is the
That's a really nice
boogeyman.
name. Yeah, he is. He's the boogeyman. Or
Yep.
the booger man. I'll say booger man.
Abella said that she's going to help you punch him.
Thank you. Tag team his ass.
Yep.
It's hard not to blame myself.
What has the conversation been with Jen since?
She's been a lot stronger than me. She's been holding it together really well, but it just keeps coming in waves. This the reality keeps hitting. We don't know where she is. We don't know if she's safe. We're just scared. We just want her home.
Exactly.
Have you like literally put boots on the ground, went out?
Yeah, I even went out with the cops where I had dropped her off, and we looked all up and down the road, all over the communities, and there was nothing helpful. None of the cameras were pointing the street.
That was planned. He said he dropped her off there because he knew no cameras were pointing at the street.
What an idiot.
Mm-hmm. Lisa Lee said, and why didn't Jen send him home already? Why did she have him still hanging around? I thought he only came for the weekend. Yeah, I think her excuse would be emotional support. Basil is looking on. Basil is going to admonish Stefan. You are admonished, sir.
The nose knows.
No doubt. Yeah, I like that. The nose knows.
Nothing, which in 2024 was surprising. The church across the street had some cameras, and they mentioned seeing her waiting around in the parking lot for a while before moving on, and that was it. But it was grainy. It was grainy footage, and not much else.
Does it seem like she walked west, east?
They said in the direction of the school. I'm not sure what that is.
What was the language? Not language verbally.
Let's say that he did commit the homicide. He's sitting here after committing homicide on this child and crying for her. Like, it irritates me. You're sitting here knowing that she's deceased and that you committed the homicide, and you're crying and putting on such a performance.
Mm-hmm.
It's like more of a, like, spitting in her face, even worse.
Language, body language. When you dropped her off, did she seem happy? Was she like, I'm going to meet my friends?
Happy. She had a happy weekend. She just turned 13. She had a 13th birthday party. She was happy that we were all together here. And she was just very happy. She was a happy kid. She's very sweet. She's a very sweet girl.
Lies.
She brings a lot of joy to us, and we just...
She brings a lot of joy to us. Like, again, what a weird statement.
Lies, all lies.
Mm-hmm. Lisa Lynn said, makes me sick. Hio said, I mean, he would be upset about doing it if he did think he loved her and he accidentally did it to her. He would be sad, maybe. Yeah. And that's a possibility. It just irritates me to know that he's sitting here acting like this. And it might not be an act, but he's lying.
Right.
Knowing what he did.
It's like I said earlier, he's trying to separate and I'm doing air quotes, the Maddie that he loved and cared about, and then the Maddie that's in reality, unfortunately, the one that you murdered, you fucking asshole.
Mm-hmm.
That's a separate Maddie, that's different.
Yeah, great point. You're absolutely right. Oh, I know you hate what he did, Keo. This TV interview triggers me too, KJ.
Yep.
Yeah, Mommy Ball says he just knows that someone should cry in this instance, so it's going to be him. Yeah.
But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, he that is weird, but interesting that he did that.
Yep. I was trying to see real quick what Pamela said. Oh, he's crying because his CSAM paycheck is gone. I think that they started making money off the CSAM, but I think I don't know how it started, but I think that it was like, well, we're doing this anyway. We might as well get paid for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the theory that theories at least that I've always gone with, where clearly once it was established the abuse with Maddie and he was making the CSAM, I think Jen was involved in a sense, or I feel like she, well, we always keep saying she knew, but I think she probably was involved to a degree with managing the whole process. And that was how they're making their money. So I think that probably established, I feel like in the CSAM trial, that it was a financial enterprise and also for his little sick kicks as well.
Yeah. And that's so unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Just not knowing.
So the unknown is killing you.
Yeah, it's like our whole world is upside down. Not feeling her presence here is. Sorry. It's hard.
I know you're fine. No need to apologize.
I don't want to hit you so bad.
What do you want our viewers to know when they see this?
I want to like frog him in the throat, take his grab him by the hair on his head, and like face plant his face into my knee, kick him in the nuts, punch him in the chest.
I mean, I'd rather take it. What was that? What's my favorite? Oh, I was thinking of Pulp Fiction with the Vin Rames scene, but
yeah,
not the aftermath, not the beforehand scene, the aftermath when he says he's gonna have some homeboys gonna get medieval on someone's ass.
Yeah, yeah.
I bet someone was like, "Wait, you want to do something beforehand in that scene?" No.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes.
She's a very sweet, kind girl. Just please be nice to her. Bring her home if you find her. Tell her that we love her. Wherever she is, I hope she's okay.
I mean, if someone were to come in contact with her and you gave me her diagnoses, would it be easy to approach her without any like agitation or anything?
Yeah. She's a good kid. She's a good kid.
If you can sum up in one complete sentence: waking up, getting ready to drop her off at school, dropping her off at school, to now speaking to me after talking to the police about her being missing for over 24 hours right now. In what complete sentence would that be?
A living nightmare. It's a living nightmare.
Oh yeah.
Day started off like any other. I just want to wake up.
That takes me back to his comment, like, I would have never wanted this for her.
Right.
It was a combination of factors, things like that. A living nightmare. I think it is a living nightmare for him because I don't think he intended for whatever happened to happen, but he's still playing his part.
But the living nightmare was Maddie. She was experiencing that. Yep. Not you little turd.
Yep, exactly. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah.
You just get hit with waves of the reality, just it's setting in. So as it got dark last night, we started falling apart because we knew it wasn't going to come to an end. But now we're going on 24 hours and still nothing. Just conflicting reports here and there. People say they see this or that. None of it's conclusive and none of it's helpful. We just want a baby girl back.
Tom, any questions?
No, I'm good.
Thank you.
Our baby girl. Fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
No, yeah. He got me there. That interview definitely goes. Sorry, yeah, he got me pissed.
CSO case 24-011
Yeah, he definitely got me pissed, but let the justice take
Yeah.
its course.
But it again seems like there's not going to be any.
If Jen gets away with it, that's part of it. That's going to be, yeah, it's going to piss off a lot of people. And I don't particularly advocate per se vigilante justice unless it's necessary. As a disclaimer, everyone. But who can say something might bad happen to Jen? Would I shed a tear? Not really.
Right. Karma's
But
a bitch.
yeah, yeah.
I'm trying to get the other interview back up. I'm going to play a little bit more of this and then I'm going to close out with, them basically saying Jen's not involved.
Mm-hmm.
Just to bring that home. I wish Inspector BS could go for the jugular. That would be nice.
I will be okay with that. Sure, go for it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, Tony, I think he was crying for himself too. Hold on just a minute. Oh. Trying to wait for it to load.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. That's technology for you. Oh, here we go.
No. And when I say that, it doesn't mean.
Yeah, my computer's running slow. I don't know what's going on. I apologize about that. But it's on. Tony said, I think he was crying for himself because he knew he would be caught, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's wanting to be slow, so I'm going to go ahead and play this.
You're in trouble. It doesn't change.
I know, but
I do believe that a reasonable person, and I consider you a reasonable person, right? Do you think you're a reasonable person?
Yes.
Would be aware that under her roof, sexual relation. The videos, the text messages, the images, they're all documented forever. This has been an ongoing thing. And at her age, I think she probably thought they were in a relationship. She probably thought they were in love because he
And that's
her
sad.
male attention, right? She just started liking boys, right? She just got a crush. Up until then, her crush.
They redacted this part. Tammy Wren said if Jen doesn't get charged with anything, she'll
At the same
definitely
time,
get a life sentence, having to deal with a lot of people hating her, which will take its toll on her. And yeah,
Hell
I mean,
yeah.
I can find some comfort in that, but it's not good enough.
You rather
for
have it to
me.
where she's in the jail prison with fellow inmates who definitely are not going to like her. But yeah, I get that's the same feeling I have. It's like I'd rather have it to where you're surrounded by. Yes, unfortunately, there are people who are in prison that are deservedly there, but I would say a good portion of them are people just make mistakes. But hey, at least they know there's someone there that's not as worse than them, and maybe some accident might happen to either Jen or Stinky.
Yeah, it would be nice. Lisa Lee said Maddie's death was 100% preventable, and Jen stood in the way of preventing it. Absolutely, and what a great
Yeah.
way to put it.
On the
Jen
money.
enabled this, said Veronica. Cara said, yeah, I couldn't be a detective. I'd be pile driving Jen Soto through the table, telling her, bitch, don't lie. You knew, right?
Well, didn't in the old days they used to use like giant phone books to interrogate?
Yeah, actually, I knew somebody that was very close to me, and he said they would come in. He was in prison for quite a while actually, and he said they would come in with the phone book and beat them on the bottom of their feet because it
Ooh,
won't bruise. and that he couldn't walk for like a long time, like when they would do that. Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Old school. Oof.
Yeah, the phone books, they don't leave any marks.
Time, you guys are sleeping in the same bed together. You guys are all cohabitating. She's not sleeping in her room. But you felt the need to establish a rule that they couldn't sleep in the same room. But when you establish that rule, for 3 years, she's already been dating him, essentially.
Yep.
Whether that's legal or not.
I had no idea.
So I truthfully believe, and this is my belief, I'm not speaking for other detectives, I'm not speaking for the sheriff's office, the state police department, or any other agency I've said. This is Kevin's belief. I believe that you became aware of your sexual relationship. I think at a certain point throughout this relationship, you became aware of it. And for whatever reason, your reasons are your reasons, whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, that you feel some sense of guilt. A lot of the news statements you've given kind of, again, my opinion only, I don't speak for anybody else, whether it's in this room or out of this room, bother me. It seems like some of your emotion, up until this room, I think some of the emotion in this room is sincere. I think a lot of it's because I'm being an asshole. I'm telling you things you don't want to hear that shouldn't be said out loud. But when you talk to the news, when you talk to deputies, it feels, based on my experience in this job, that it's not sincere. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I feel like when you gave the interview with Fox 35, it was not sincere. Looking at that video one time, I didn't feel like your cries were sincere. And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person. I feel like.
And that's the interview that we just watched. So again, how did we go from this to Stephen work independently?
Right.
Your best nightmare. Good to see you. Sorry, love. Go ahead.
Oh no, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just saying your best nightmare. Good to see you.
Oh yeah, and I see what I'm looking at the chat too now. Oh yeah, I see what she said. Yeah, get her. But no, I was just saying he was just making exact points, point after point after point. And I'm not really shocked, but I'm a little surprised that she didn't think that it would be brought up again, like in all these other interviews with the authorities, that they would see everything from the interviews, the course, the TV, moments and all that other kind of crap. And it's just like, Jen, potato, we got you.
Yeah.
Dead to right, we got you. But of course,
Yep.
potatoes would be potatoes and just be like, I don't understand English. I don't understand what you mean, human.
Right.
I mean, she makes you act like such an alien, but anyway.
She does, kind of.
Yeah.
Tammy Wren said, is Jim making that Woody Allen comment, not admitting she knew what was going on? I mean, that's where I'm at.
That to me, that's like, why would I bring up something that, yes, it could relate to the situation, but I wouldn't bring it up because then it'd be like they would question me more. So if I was accused of robbing a bank and then I mentioned, well, I had to go over to the store that was next to the bank. Oh, I meant to say I had to go, like,
yeah.
But yeah, she brought that up, and then of course, somehow that won't be considered suspicious that you bring up a comment about a known child Well, and I don't know the whole case again. It's been a while, but the whole thing with Woody Allen. But anyway.
Yeah. Kara said her emotions were the fact that she legit said that her birthday was going to be ruined by this. Yeah, that was her real emotion.
Exactly.
Not from the child.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like sometimes people struggle to show real emotion when they're aware of what the truth is. So it has to be fake. This is demise for the past, let's say, 5 years, right? But her going missing, her disappearance, if you have knowledge of how it happened, where it happened, an inclination, that emotion's not going to feel sincere because you're already aware of what happened. It's almost becomes
If
a
I
lie
knew,
at that point.
if I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the fuck you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't. I was oblivious to this every 4 years.
Minimum. That's just how far back the cloud goes. And I find it hard to believe for me that you were so worried about how many pills she took at night, but not where she slept or what relationship she was. His interest in her.
I thought we were all safe. I thought because in that he hadn't shown me anything so far, like everything seems fine. Like he seemed like he treated her
like he treats you.
Boom. Boom.
Yep.
In his mind.
Yep. But then you talk about, if it'll pause, we talk about the Woody Allen comment, and she talks about not wanting them to leave her. She told Maddie, or she says, I told them you can't do that to me. Basically, you can't get older and marry Madeline when she turns 18 and be with her and leave me here. So
Yeah,
I think that Stefan did treat them both the same, like he treated her, because he was dating both of them but sleeping with one, because that's how it was supposed to be. Okay, y'all can do this as long as you promise to always be here with me and not leave me here alone by myself.
And that's like I said, with the Woody Allen comment, I just don't know why she would bring it up in a literal situation that your daughter was going through. Well, an aspect of it, and it's like, why would you? And yeah, the detective, I think he should have been harder on her about that comment. Like, okay, why did you bring that up?
Yeah.
This is like your daughter in a situation, was just like the Woody Allen thing. But why did you bring that up right now?
Yeah. Yep. And I think it was, Stefan wants Maddie. So, and Stefan had groomed Maddie to the point to where Maddie thought she wanted Stefan. And instead of saying it's abuse, Jen said, well, okay, y'all can do this as long as you promise to stay here with me and never leave me. So it became keeping Stefan by giving him Maddie, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And that's what the Woody Allen comment was. She was letting them do that as long as they both never left her. And Stefan treated Maddie like he treated Jen, because he was basically in a relationship with both of them, but sleeping with one of them.
And then I just say, I just saw, I'm looking at this in the chat, Jenny and Jen thing. Yeah. Why would you say that? But then over the last almost a decade ish, your daughter was being abused. But yet you still say, well, my mom taught me to be aware and this and that. And I never trusted men or him per se.
Yeah. How is that an answer to that? Why would you think that? Why would you reference the Woody Allen situation? And her answer was because she was taught to never trust a man. The answer doesn't even make sense.
We should be detectives and just be like, what the fuck were you meaning by that? What does that mean?
Lord have mercy. I couldn't even, I'm bipolar, and I take a essential oil supplements. I would have to buy stock. I would be done fired for putting my hands on somebody. I'd be done choke somebody out.
I give credit and props to these authorities that can do that kind of stuff, because I don't know how I can last that long, especially like children-related cases. I would get fire burning in my soul so fast.
Yep. Shell said, did she say the same thing to her ex-husband? I bet she didn't. She said it to Stephen Stearns because she knew what was happening.
Good point. Yep. Good point.
All right, Cara, love, I hope you have a good day. Florida girl brought up the COVID situation and all of them being stuck in that apartment together. And you didn't see anything?
I feel, when the COVID situation happened, I feel that that's probably the most rampant. He probably was abusing her. He was already doing it when she was younger too, but I think in that time, such, where he couldn't leave, well, allegedly leave for work and all that crap. He was just going to, I hate to say it, but going to town,
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Mm.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
So now he's in jail because of what we found on his phone, not because somebody came forward and reported that.
Okay, she's rubbing herself
Yeah.
now, and
Yeah.
I think this might have been what that person was referencing. I mean, again, I think it's disgust because of the context of the conversation, simply because she doesn't do that at any other time. Like, she shakes her leg and does other things that are signs of stress or anxiety. It's like when they talk about sex or him treating her the same way as he treated Maddie, she rubs herself like that, and it's like out of disgust to me.
Yeah. Or attempting to look like it, like she thinks what was going on was disgusting, but then you just, like, earlier in the interview said that, yeah, the sex part is, yeah, whatever, but I don't think he did. Like, you can't, Jen, you can't have it potato. You can't
Yeah,
have it two ways of, like, showing remorse or sadness, but then be like, well, I thought he was innocent and the sex part was whatever.
exactly. Yeah, the sex part is innocent, but you don't think he killed her. That you can't. I mm, I'm just speechless.
Well, that's why I said I think if she really is, a manipulator, it's terrifying that she can split in that time frame in this interview, just like act like, oh, it's whatever, and then, oh, sorry, I wish I knew what was going on to her.
Yep, they said exactly. Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Veronica. Thank you.
Abuse.
Oh, I know.
She's not old enough to consent. She's not old enough to have a thought process to even want anything that was happening to her. It's abuse.
Hmm.
So he's in jail for that, but something caused what, right? We searched murder because we can call it a murder. She didn't die naturally. She didn't overdose. She didn't have a heart attack. We circled murder on Monday. Something had to cause that. He's been having unrestricted sexual activity for.
That's what I was going to say and reiterate. I want to know what caused him to commit the homicide too, because again, he's been having just non-restricted access to her from the age of 6, 7, or 8 to now. You don't just stop and commit homicide. And then we know the things that he said since then, that he would have never wanted that for her, that, it was a combination of things. It's just, I don't know.
You claim to love this child as your lover, and then it's like,
Yeah.
but you would brutally delete her. So you can't have it both ways. Same goes for potato. Can't have it both
Yep.
ways of not being disgusted, but then being disgusted.
Yep. Absolutely. We'll watch them probably about like a couple. We'll watch it till 1:30. We're at 1:26, and I'll replay the part where they say that Jen's not, or he acted independently, and then I'll probably have to go for the day. So we'll continue the next minutes. We'll pick back up on this though, because I'm really enjoying this conversation with y'all.
Oh yeah.
A long time. He's getting what he wants from her, probably from you, and who knows whoever else, right? So it's not like he woke up or went to bed Sunday and he was like, you know what? I'm done with this, but I'm going to kill her. Something happened. People don't just wake up and like, you know what? They leave people, they break up with people, but usually things cause people to snap. Now, what? You know what? And I'm in trouble, or I feel like I'm going to, or him being out. We can go even worse. She's pregnant.
That's what questions last night led me to believe when we started talking about her period.
I was told that her and her friend, and granted, I'm male, never had a period, but that somebody found it weird that they were doing.
So how do you, I mean, the man is talking about there could be a possibility that she could be child, and you're just calmly like, yeah, that's what I was thinking after the questions you asked about her period. Ma'am, that is your 12-year-old child. What the fuck do you mean? How are you not like Abella said? She sits there hearing all of this and just agrees. I would be curled up in the corner screaming, as most of us would.
Cursing, yelling
I
at
mean,
you know. Yeah.
go ahead, love. I'm sorry. I think there's
Oh
a
no, no,
delay.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just kind of muttering to myself, but it was like, yeah, cursing and yelling. Um,
Mhm.
you know, this bastard. How dare
Right.
he? You know, and then how dare you accuse me of knowing what was going on? I mean, if I was an
Mhm.
innocent parent that unfortunately had to deal with something like this, I would be like, how dare you? Well, this is why I kind of brought up the whole gender thing. I could be wrong. You know, each case is different, but I was like, if my daughter or son was abused, as a father, I would be uh, under my nose. I would be so upset and showing emotion. And then in her situation, nothing. A little fake crying here and there, or attempted crying. And then the next question or next action is, can I see the picture again just to verify and make sure?
Right.
So,
How do you
you know,
make sense of that?
no, I don't know. We don't know.
Yeah. Carolina said, in my honest opinion, I think Madeline grew up and knew everything he had done and told her were all lies, and she fought back that Sunday night, and that's why he ended her life. I think it's a possibility, and I now that she's deceased, if there was a way, I mean, I would hope that she's already deceased, you know. So if I had to hear about how it happened, I would like to think she was fighting back, and this monster did that. I mean, because that
Yeah.
would give me some, I would feel comfort in knowing that she at least knew and understood it was wrong and started to understand that and tried to fight him.
hmm
Do you know what that means? Like what I mean by that? I'm trying to,
No,
I don't want
yeah,
to sound insensitive.
totally understand. Well, that's why he has those scratch marks on his hands. You know, not
Mm-hmm.
from the freaking tire and all that car bullshit, but from her little hands. Okay, I'm getting almost emotional. Her little hands trying to fight off this fuck. So
Yeah.
sorry, I almost kind of yeah. Anyway, kind of reminds me what happened to my sister. So it's like it brings I
I'm
get
so
really
sorry.
upset about this stuff. But anyway, I'm all right. I'm good.
Yeah. We get, unfortunately, it happens a lot in the world today. And I think we are all there with you, you know, just frustrated and
hmm
pissed off. Shell said, I'm glad you do these live streams, allegedly speculating. I don't want a day to go by that Jen doesn't see anything on the internet about poor Maddie. Let her see how much we don't believe her lying potato ass. Well, thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
You guys make it great. I love sitting here and talking to you about this and all the things we point out to each other that we see. I really appreciate that. And I love talking about, I don't love the topic necessarily, but I like that we can go through this and agree on the things that we see and talk about it.
hmm Oh, and thank you, Abellis. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jenny. I do. It just, yeah, it just brings up memories because it's, it's like, yeah, in my case, I didn't know and I was a kid, but, at least I would have at least done something if we knew years ago. So even as a
Right.
kid, I would have said something. So yeah, fuck you, Jen, and fuck you, Stern. hmm
Yeah. Don't be hard on yourself about, because you were a child. It's, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, hey Trav, thank you for being here. Trav said when Jen Soto spoke about looking for Maddie after school, it was we, but I never heard her say that when she was waiting for her or when speaking to the school about Maddie, then it was all I. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Told the friend that we dropped her off near the school. And again, that oversharing part. Why does she keep oversharing? What do you mean you haven't seen her? We dropped her off close to the school. Like she's telling everybody that, and I'm like, why wouldn't it just be, what do you mean you didn't see her all day? Um, she's not at school. What, and then I don't know, it's just weird to me that she makes sure to say we dropped her off And it's always we, never I. We dropped her off close to the school.
And I don't know, do you remember? Because I remember early on in this case, in other channels, we're talking about it that, in hindsight, yes, they're like, well, we can't just look into when she said that. Maybe it was just a misinterpretation. But I know for sure I saw, unless it's Mandela effect, she said that multiple times. Yeah, we. And then
She
she'll
did.
switch to I. Yeah.
Yep, multiple times. Multiple
And
times.
I just remember other, I guess I won't I will say their channel, but the big ones at least right now that I remember clearly back months ago, they were saying stuff like, "Oh well, we shouldn't take into account that Jen, or at least by that time when Sticky was already arrested and everything, but it was like Jen didn't know what was going on, and I guess it was like early pre sort of defending Jen until now. So I don't know if they said, I haven't watched any of these other big channels lately, but yeah, I remember people were saying don't take into the fact that she said all these weird inconsistency stuff.
Yeah, I hope they do. I mean, I'm going to close out with what they're saying as of right now. Hey, Queen
Okay.
of Hearts. Sub Rosa said potato is half baked.
That
I
she
mean,
is.
twice baked potatoes.
Oh boy. Mm.
No longer in the same cycle. Could be different because she's a teenage girl. Could be that she missed her period. Have you ever found a pregnancy test at home that wasn't yours?
I have two underneath the bathroom sink, but I haven't seen if they're still there or not.
Okay. But you haven't seen any used ones in the trash?
No.
Their relationship hasn't changed?
No.
Okay. So what do you think happened Sunday? Other than him killing her, what do you think made him snap?
I don't know. Theories, I keep hearing
Tell me your theories, because here's the deal. We don't go home until she's found.
No, I know.
So what are your theories?
Now,
what I've heard is, what if she upset him and threatened to tell me and say that she was going to tell me, and he needed to shut that down. That's the only thing.
yeah.
Hmm.
You're like all saying, bullshit, bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it was under her bathroom sink. I stopped it to say the way she was rubbing her legs there. I do think that was stress or anxiety induced, but it wasn't like she was trying to wipe something off of her. I think that was more of a self-soothing move.
Yeah. 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 I don't think Jen
What do you think?
Potato. Oh, yeah. I don't think Potato has any genuine sense of emotion except uh, narcissism uh, and ego. And yeah, there's nothing I can tell that's genuine except when the birthday for her that she got upset. But other than that, she just seems like a alien, like I said earlier, that's trying to mimic humanity, or just how to be a human in general. And unfortunately,
Yeah.
Maddie was this alien's child, and yeah.
Yep. Can we talk about what Screaming Daisy said? How she basically just told him what happened, and I mean, again, we'll continue going through this. I just want to keep making sure that this interview that I'm going to close out with is fresh in your head, because we're going to keep going through this. But the knowledge about her being possibly in her trunk, she doesn't say Stefan's trunk, she says my trunk. The fact that, I mean, she has guilty knowledge, and I think that she did just tell basically what happened. Maddie got mad and fought back.
I mean, that's yeah. No, I was like, yeah, it's the theory that a lot of people said and think what went down, and yeah, somehow you predicted it. Potato. What's up with that?
Yeah. Yep. Screaming Daisies said when she seems to get annoyed or stressed, she sighs. gives
Yes.
the tell of what happened or where Maddie is.
Mm-hmm.
Veronica said she pretends to be like guessing what could have happened. She's so fake at faking it. Yeah, she is. And they ask her those questions to see what she'll admit to because they know she's full of shit too. KJ said, yeah, Jen Soto states roommates use upstairs bathroom. Madeline Soto most likely used the same bathroom as mom and Stefan too. Yeah.
Yes.
And Jen said, Ava Sims, I'm sending you lots of hugs and healing. I hope you have happiness now and all great things. I'm sorry, Ava Slim, for whatever happened to you,
Yeah.
love. And
Yeah, I
I'll
saw
keep
that
you in my
earlier.
prayers.
Same here. It never
I'm
goes
keep
away.
y'all all. Yeah, it doesn't. And I'm going to keep y'all all in my prayers. Say a prayer for all of y'all every night because there's just so many of us out here dealing with so many things. And it's just like Stephen says, a dick punch to see shit like this going on and nothing being done.
You'll be getting that dick punch. Don't you worry, Stinky. You will be getting it.
So I wish it would be sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Oh, on a side note, like I mentioned. Oh, I'm sorry.
He was.
No, you're.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
I was just gonna say on the side note. Yeah, it's the whole why I brought up the whole Richard Allen thing yesterday and even today. Like how I just don't understand how he got that treatment, but yet Stinky's getting nothing at all. It seems right now. I'm just
Yeah,
confused by that.
exactly. And Jen Soto, nothing at all. It seems right now. Stefan's getting charged with everything, but they're saying, and we're about to play it. But how does that happen? All right. So this again is the part where they say basically Jen's not involved.
Since he got from his father, which he blew through rather quickly. There was never been any savings. He never saved 2 nickels. So some money had to be coming somewhere. But his comment about I didn't start it got us wondering that maybe he was caught up in a criminal enterprise with Jen, and Jennifer was. And I don't know if you can collaborate that or not, but I just thought I'd share that.
Yeah, I mean, without getting too much into my investigation in the narrative, it did not appear to be that way, that they were working together.
Okay.
Because I will tell you this, we have spent months, thousands of hours, literally going line by line through his phone and her phone, and there is nothing to suggest that theory, that they were working together.
Could they be working independent?
Well, Stefan was working independent.
He was.
I can tell you that, yes.
Okay, so he was involved in a criminal enterprise.
Well,
And that's where they say that Stefan was working independently. And that breaks my heart because they're talking about the CSAM where it's most evident that Jen Soto knew something. And again, if they were going to try to get her with the homicide stuff, that trial's in September. So unless the DA knows something that they're not letting out, I don't think she's going to be charged. I mean, I guess we'll see after the CSAM trial when she testifies, but it's not looking that way.
Yeah. I mean,
and it breaks my heart.
It could be a shocker. Something might come out where she does get in the end charged with something. But I feel you. I think all of us feel you, and we just have to wait and see. But I'm gonna stick to my little mini theory that maybe this is what the prosecution wants to a degree, and she'll either be a defense witness or something to that effect, and they'll try to pin the whole CSAM stuff with her, and she'll deny it and make a mistake or slip up, and maybe the
God, I hope
prosecution
so.
goes from there. Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of. Yeah, because it just it would not be true justice if Stinky, who will rot in hell all in due time, but until then gets half of the punishment, but yet Potato Head is just living out in the world, acting like nothing else really happened, and be the next Casey Anthony. And I hope it's on. God forbid if this happens, but she might have another child with some man.
Oh God.
Yeah. So I hope it doesn't happen, but stranger stories have happened in reality. So,
Yeah.
hmm
I just can't. And I mean, I know that she's going to suffer for the rest of her life, like out in public and stuff. But I mean,
yep.
she doesn't go in public that much. It's just not good enough for me. I
No,
hope, like you're saying, that there's something coming.
it's the yeah. It's honestly that'd be like out of less. Yeah, three options. Either option one, they don't do nothing. She just goes to the trial, testifies for both sides, and we all know he's going to get found guilty for both trials. Option two is my thing. Either it's some sort of 4D chess plan, maybe, and then
Yeah.
option three is maybe they're just waiting until the trial is over, and then they can pin her on something else. But then it'd be like, well, why would you wait until both trials? So
Yeah.
so
Florida girl said detective says it appears that Jim was not involved after reviewing the phone records. Yeah, and I mean, again, though, my issue is if they're waiting to charge her, if they're saying it appears that way or whatever, why
mhm.
wouldn't they say, or they didn't want to give him information while he was fishing? Then why not say it's an open investigation and we can't discuss it?
Yeah, I mean, well, they like you said, everyone else. I keep forgetting that Chris was a former cop, so maybe it's just the detective. Is it Kevin? Maybe he was just trying to find ways to just not give him too much information. But because yeah, yeah, like I said, he looks like and sounds like he's fishing.
Yeah,
And definitely like, well, Jen, yeah, is there nothing going on with Jennifer? Is she? Jen was doing this and that. So we'll see.
right. Florida said appears does not equal not involved, right? But then they follow that with Stefan was acting independently. So that means I mean, hold on, I'll play it again real quick.
Mhm.
Because I mean, hold on. I'll get my thought out in just a second. I'm going to pull it up again and play it again, Florida girl, and you tell me what you think. Because it to me, it's saying that she's not involved. Hold on just a minute. For some reason, it won't let me pull up my history on the computer, and I can't like pull it up quickly. So hold on just a minute, and we'll look at it one more again. We'll look at it one more again. Takes me a
Here,
minute to find it sometimes.
we got it.
Teresa said the child neglect may be investigated by a different department, and that detective doesn't know. That's a possibility.
Yeah, it's possible.
Right there it is. Now this will start playing. So if it starts playing, hold on just a second because it did that earlier and cut you off, and I wasn't.
Well, I don't want to say criminal enterprise, but the stuff that was found on his phone, pretty much.
Okay, let's take it back. Turn the captions on and listen again. Okay, play. Hello?
Job and what have you, and then all this fell apart. But there was money, there was packages arriving on a constant basis. When I asked him about, where the money was coming from, he didn't say it. So I can tell you that other than the inheritance he got from his father, which he blew through rather quickly, there was never been any savings. He never saved $2 So some money had to be coming from there. But his comment about I didn't start it got us wondering that maybe he was caught up in a criminal enterprise with Jen, and Jennifer was. And I don't know if you can collaborate that or not, but I just thought I should.
Yeah, I mean, without getting too much into my investigation in the narrative, it did not appear to be that way, that they were working together.
Okay.
Because I will tell you this, we have spent months, thousands of hours, literally going line by line through his phone and her phone, and there is nothing to suggest that theory that they were working together.
Could they be working independent?
Stefan was working independent.
He was.
I can tell you that, yes.
Okay, so he was involved in a criminal enterprise.
Well, I don't want to say criminal enterprise, but the stuff that was found on his phone pretty much painted the picture of the whole case.
Okay.
Okay, so the stuff that was found on Stefan's phone pretty much painted the picture of the whole case, and he's working independently. And they went line by line through Jen's phone, and they can say that Stefan was working independently. So that's my issue. Like, again, that tells me that she's not getting charged. Florida Girl says acting independently in the money-making management aspect. Also, Jen not appearing in any photos, maybe. It's possible. Ava, I'm so sorry, love.
Yeah, that's
Angela,
hard.
Ballerina. Yeah. And I'm really sorry that you ever had to deal with anything like that. If you need to talk to me, you can email me, love. Angela Ballerina said Jen Soto's involvement doesn't equal independent. Some platform distributes the crap and someone buys it and they are culpable. Right? KJ said within the narrative of the investigation does not mean he was answering only from the written report and he's dodging Chris Stern's fishing expedition in order to not reveal Jen Soto's information. Right, but like then why wouldn't he say it's an ongoing investigation and we can't share any aspect of that? You know what I mean? Like why say specifically that we went through line by line and we can say that she was not like that he was working independently from her. You know what I mean?
Well, I guess you said the simplest thing could have been maybe he just forgot to mention it in that particular way or say it that way. You know,
Yeah.
he was just still noticing that Chris was like fishing for more information or implanting with the Jen, like, oh, Jen was somehow involved more, I think.
Yeah.
And maybe he was just holding it off to like, well, you know, right now your son is the one that has thousands and thousands of CP material over it. So
Yeah. Florida Girl said he's trying to shut up Chris Stearns. Right, but again, I would say why not say it's an ongoing investigation and we can't discuss that instead of explaining a whole elaborate thing saying that Stefan was working independently, you know?
Yeah. That's weird.
Jen's income does not match the assets, in my opinion, either. And hey, old Granny, Annie, Screaming Daisies, anybody else I haven't said hey to. Angela said maybe they just don't have enough evidence to prosecute and hoping Stephen Stearns would spill something to his dad. It seems like from the jail calls and the emails that he wants to spill more.
I think he will.
They may want Jen to be a credible witness if she testifies. That's what Jenny said.
Yeah, that. Oh, I agree with Jenny right there. It could be that or the whole death penalty thing. Like, I honestly think the type of loser he is, he's going to try to find a way to live.
Yeah.
And he probably will. He will screw over Jen. He will.
Yeah. Florida Girl, when he talks about the narrative, the police reports that they write, basically their story or involvement in the case when they talk, like there's 2 videos on my page with the homicide indictment, and the police write what they call narratives. It's called the police narrative. And it's basically they're saying, I interviewed Jen Soto at this time on this date, and this is what she said. So that's what he means by the narrative. Lisa Lee said he didn't say it that way because he said it this way. Oh, yeah, Florida Girl. And then lastly, KJ said maybe because she hasn't been officially charged, so he can't divulge anything to anyone yet. Yeah, but again, I go back to why not say it's an open investigation. I don't know. I love your theories. Like they might want her to be a credible witness if she testifies. I'm hoping that what you guys, what Bazard's been saying, what you guys have been saying, I hope that that's what it is. I really do. I'm just looking at the date of trial and all of these other things, and I'm like, man.
But yeah, I do agree that it'd just be a bizarre tactic. Like I mean, I've heard authorities do something similar. It just seems like a long con, sort of thing. Like that's a long time, just 2 years almost, or almost 3 years. If it,
Mhm.
if it goes longer than like, cause it's the murder trial might be even several months at least into next year, maybe.
Mhm.
So yeah, it'd just be a weird way of doing it that long. That's true.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
well, I like I said, I have high hopes that I think Jen is going to make a mistake either during the defense or state cross, and then Stinky's definitely going to rat her out.
I hope it does.
Mm-hmm. He's going to rat
Teresa,
her out.
Teresa said maybe he said it that way so Chris wouldn't come back with more questions if he believed it was ongoing. It's possible.
Mm.
Florida girl said if she has to go on the witness stand, she may not be able to avoid answering for what she really knew. Yeah, I hope that defense. I think she's testifying for the state, and I hope the defense tears her a new one and gets her
That
to
that's
answer
that's
questions.
what that's what I think is going to happen. They are going to rip an asshole, a new asshole for her. That's what I think they're going to try to do, at least.
I hope they do. Jenny Jen said, I feel if they didn't want to prosecute her in this very moment, if they did want to prosecute her in this very moment, it could affect her testimony during the trial because it may appear she's only there under some type of negotiation. Well, appearing that she's there under some type of negotiation, I would question why they did the limited immunity interview then, because that does make it appear like she's there under some type of negotiation.
Mm-hmm.
And again, like maybe not prosecute her in this very moment as it could affect her testimony during the trial. But again, I mean, I keep going back to why not say it's an ongoing investigation.
Right.
And maybe that's because it's technically not, because Stefan's been given discovery. So maybe by that point, he had been given discovery. So maybe that's why. But I don't know. I think they're not going to charge her, guys, and it makes me upset.
I'm about to say no joke bet or anything, but someone's going to be like, oh, I bet this and that, but we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll definitely see.
Yep.
But I don't have to bet that, like I said, he's going to be found guilty either way. Stinky's going to be found guilty on both cases. And so whoever's going to bet on that, you're going to win some money,
Yeah. I just can't. I mean, they both need to go down.
Yeah.
But that's going to be it for me today. Stoic says, hugs and healing everyone. Thank you all for being so kind and understanding and supportive. Much love, Speculating family. See y'all soon. Justice for Maddie. Absolutely.
You said it. You said it, Stoic. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for coming up and hanging out with me today, Bazard. Everybody loves having a male's perspective. So I do appreciate it.
I really appreciate you allowing me just to be a part of the channel. I'll just say it, the team and family. It's something that I dabble here and there, but I have a life and everything. But I really appreciate just being with all you fine fellow moms, dads, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles. We're all here just to support each other because we've all been through something and know someone has been through something. And yeah, we're gonna make sure that everything in this case will be investigated or checked out, and anything else that unfortunately, of course, will happen in the future. But we're just going to be there to make sure the victims and the families of the victims get justice one way or another.
Yeah, absolutely.
But everyone in chat, thank you for putting out some amazing comments, and yeah, I love you all, and definitely, yeah. If I can't make it to tomorrow's show, I'll definitely hit the next one, and take care, everyone.
All right, you too. Be safe out there.
Thank you.
Praise
Bye
the Lord.
bye.
Bye.
Oh, it is. Bye.
He's so sweet. Real quick, I had a couple comments. KJ said, yes, the need for credible witness and the need for the credible witness and strategically getting a lot of evidence in the public knowledge, cover all bases, and ease some things inadmissible. Yeah. Florida girl said, could she plead the fifth on the witness stand if she's charged? Would it be a separate trial for her if she's charged or the same one? Usually when you have co-defendants, they try to separate the trials and get it charged separately because if you do them together, then the jury might not convict because they might feel one is guilty and one is not. So they try to separate the trials when they have things like that. So that would be my answer to that. Kalisa said, in my opinion, Jen would not be a credible witness on either side with her constantly changing stories. And that's where I'm at with it. Like, you're going to have her as a witness, but like she keeps changing her stories. I cannot. Everybody keeps saying thank you, Bazard. Bad girl dropped a candle for the missing. Please keep them in your thoughts and prayers tonight. I love you guys too. I love this chat. Like I've said 1,000 times, you know, I could sit here and talk to myself all day, every day about this case, but it would be nothing without you guys sharing your thoughts, opinions, and speculations, because that's what makes it great, you know, having a group of people here to talk about it and being open and respectful to everybody. And I really appreciate you guys doing that. I really do. And I want to say thank you for that. And thank you for making this channel what it is, because I'm, you know, just a person talking to myself on the internet without you guys. So thank you for that. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Stay safe out there, and say a prayer for everybody tonight. If you ever need to talk to me or email, or if you ever need to talk, or, you know, just want to get some things off your chest, feel free to email me at allegedlyspeculating@gmail.com. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.